Prologue. Distinctions. Loyal and Ogier recounted the patterns weakening, darkened skies, the dead appearing outside their steading, and Ogier healing songs failing. Loyal resolved to speak at the great stump, initially forbidden until his mother, Covril, surprisingly supported him. Nervous but resolute, feeling dismissed by those favoring the Book of Translation, Loyal realized humanity faced the shadow alone. This understanding brought him calm as he began to speak. Lanman Dragoran rode Mandab towards his perceived death through the desolate, blight-marred Proska flats. Nynaeve's fear for him pained him more than his own demise. Vigilant, Lan was startled by gravel. A man, Bulin, appeared, whom Lan recognized as a messenger from 2 decades past. Bulin, claiming Nynaeve spread word of the Golden Crane, wished to join with supplies. Lan, irked and seeking to evade his oath, tried to dismiss Bulin. But Bulin, a Malkieri whose father died fighting the Shadow, displayed his father's Hadori, pleading to ride with his king. Lan, acknowledging his honor, agreed, stipulating anonymity and silence about his identity. Bulin accepted, turning 1 into 2. Perrin, in a dream not the wolf dream, found solace hammering red-hot iron, shaping something important, while Hopper, a grizzled wolf, watched amused. Perrin's waking anxieties, rumors, leadership burdens, strained relationship with Fail, intruded. Hopper urged wolf freedom, but Perrin feared losing humanity and Fail, asking if his wolf bond could be reversed. Hopper's confused sendings conveyed only agonizing nothingness. From a boiling barrel, Perrin retrieved a screaming metal figurine of Aram, symbolizing his guilt. The dream shifted to Maiden, where Perrin, in battle gear, brutally killed Shido Isle with his axe, experiencing a dangerous thrill. Aram then appeared seeking revenge, but a shadowy wolf Perrin intervened, killing him, differing from Perrin's memory. Hopper dismissed details of death. Back in the smithy, Perrin continued extracting glowing, accusing figurines of fallen friends. Aram's shattered pieces reformed into clawing hands. Perrin awoke, heart pounding in his tent beside Phile, shaken by the dream after a recent bubble of evil. Grendal, in her luxurious Natrin's barrow, discussed excitement with Arangar, who yearned for direct involvement. Recalling Arangar's failure, Grendal embraced the thrilling true power, subtly demonstrating its invisible use. An alarm signaled Pikor Ramshalan, a lord sent by the Dragon Reborn for a merchant alliance, unaware of Grendal. Through compulsion, Grendal extracted his mission and ambitions. Realizing Althor had located and was manipulating her, Grendal chose to inflict pain. She ordered Delana to weave a complex compulsion on Ramshalan, erasing her presence, fabricating a merchant alliance, and adding confusing commands, suspecting Nynaeve's ability to read weaves. Arangar added a layer, suggesting a male channeler's touch. Ramshalan departed, believing his success. Grendal then spied through a dove's eyes, following Ramshalan to a clearing where Althor, Nynaeve, and Isle waited. Panic surged as Nynaeve inspected Ramshalan, confirming her compulsion reading skill. Althor spoke of Kalandor and a box, then activated an access key, confirming Grendal's realization. Ramshalan was a mere beacon. Frantically, Grendal embraced Sidar, shielding and bound Arangar and Delana. As balefire erupted, she leaped through a gateway. Tumbling onto a ridge, she felt the bale scream as Natrin's barrow, with all its occupants, was obliterated. Grendel survived, injured, but knew Althor believed her dead, making her safe for now, despite the Great Lord's displeasure for Arangar's loss. She began meticulous planning. Galad Damodred led 7,000 children of the light through a foul, muggy swamp. His weary men, unsettled by the world's darkening state and Valda's corruption, followed his dignified lead. Believing the last battle was imminent, Galad dismissed Bornhald's suggestion to turn back. He asserted, backward leads only to the past, and insisted they were near the swamp's edge, despite Bornhald's skepticism. Galad, Lord Captain Commander of the Children of the Light, led his 7,000 exhausted men through a treacherous swamp, where once reliable maps now proved faulty, and morale dipped. Remembering his stepmother Morgas's leadership lessons on leading by example, Galad delivered an inspiring speech. He declared his men children of the light and beacons in these darkest days, framing their current suffering as a source of strength for the last battle. His words visibly revitalized the troops, straightening their postures and restoring their determination. Child Jarrett Byer, fervent with zeal, then approached, advocating for attacking the White Tower, but Galad pragmatically insisted on allying with the Eyes, Sedai against the Shadow's true threats. Internally, Galad, convinced of High Inquisitor Asunawa's corruption and his duty after slaying Valda, resolved to protect the children and focus on the last battle, accepting the heavy burden of his new leadership. Their difficult journey continued through an eerie, dead forest of skeletal trees and across a newly discovered, unmapped river flowing with bloated corpses. Galad, leading by personal example, removed his armor and waded through the frigid, murky water, enduring the unnerving, ash-grey fuzz coating the dying trees. After crossing, he discussed plans with his trusted captain, Trom, to lead the men northward to secluded land in Andor, acknowledging the challenges of dwindling supplies and the general hostility towards their order. Galad reaffirmed his commitment to the children and the last battle, even considering an alliance with the Dragon Reborn, despite his lingering suspicions about Rand al'Thor's potential manipulation by the Aes Sedai. The anticipated relief of leaving the swamp, however, turned into a devastating ambush. Scout Barlett, a traitor, guided them into a clearing where thousands of Asunawa's loyal children and Amadishan foot soldiers, likely supplied by the Shonchan, awaited. Galad immediately realized the long swamp march had been a calculated delaying tactic. Confronting High Inquisitor Asunawa, Galad was accused of being a dark friend. Galad skillfully invoked the children's code of honor, challenging Asunawa's threats to attack, and questioning his accusation that Galad had used shadow powers to defeat Valda in their duel. Faced with a devastating choice, fight and kill his own men, or surrender and betray the children's sacred oaths, Galad made a profound sacrifice. He offered his personal submission to Asunawa on the crucial condition that all 7,000 of his followers, including Bornhald and Byer, would be spared any questioning or punishment. He emphasized that unity was paramount for the last battle. Asunawa, valuing Galad's capture over a costly internal conflict, reluctantly agreed to these terms. Galad then solemnly handed his heron-marked sword to Bornhald, ordering his men not to attempt a rescue. Immediately, questioners brutally seized Galad, stripped him of his uniform, and repeatedly kicked him. But he defiantly asserted his allegiance to the light before finally losing consciousness. Meanwhile, the creature formerly known as Padan Fain roamed the Blight under a dark, tempestuous sky, his entire being consumed by hatred and an embraced madness. Clutching his unique blood-drawing dagger, he encountered a group of Trollocs and a Myrddraal. His mysterious mist-like power surged forth, swiftly corrupting the Trollocs into his lurching, dull-eyed servants, while the Myrddraal perished instantly under his touch. His singular, exhilarating goal was now clear: to kill Rand al'Thor, and then perhaps the Dark One, finally concluding his twisted hunt. Simultaneously, Malanareen Rai, commander of Heath Tower in the Kandori Highlands, vigilantly watched the encroaching blight, enduring the oppressive heat. He eagerly anticipated his eldest son Keemlin's 14th name day, when he intended to pass down his ancestral sword. The tower itself was a formidable bastion, equipped with intricate defenses. An ominous, uncorrected flash message from Rayna Tower, deeper within the blight, signaled imminent danger. Malanaren dispatched several messengers southward, initially including Keemlin, who was next on the roster. However, Keemlin, demonstrating remarkable maturity and selflessness, secretly arranged for Tian, another young soldier whose family had already suffered great loss, to take his place, giving Tian a better chance of survival. Recognizing his son's courage, Malanarin performed an early name day ceremony on the tower roof, publicly bestowing the sword upon Keemlin, who stood as a man before his cheering defiant troops. As a vast horde of Trollocs and Dragkar emerged from the storm clouds, Malanarin and Keemlin prepared for an inevitable siege, embodying the unwavering Borderlander duty to hold their ground and buy precious time for their warnings to reach the capital. Chapter 1: Apples First. The narrative begins on a cosmic scale, establishing a world governed by the cyclical wheel of time, where a new age is dawning amidst chaos. This chaos is personified by a wind that journeys across a broken world. Its passage reveals a continent, Shan-Chan, consumed by warfare, where smouldering towns and blood-sailed warships are common sights, and the people openly declare that the end of times has arrived. The wind then crosses the ocean to a second continent, a land holding its breath in quiet desperation before an impending doom. This global turmoil is focused into a single poignant scene at the foot of the mountain Dragon Mount, in an apple orchard belonging to the family of Alman Bunt. Alman, an elderly farmer, is trying to support his late sister's family, but they awaken to a supernatural catastrophe. Their entire crop of apples has shriveled and fallen overnight, spelling ruin for them and their starving village. This unnatural blight is the latest in a series of disturbing events, pushing Alman to a point of complete despair. Just as he is about to surrender to hopelessness, a miraculous event occurs. A ray of sunlight pierces the perpetual gloom, and the dead trees suddenly burst into bloom. A mysterious red-haired stranger with a missing arm appears, and as he speaks, the blossoms give way to a superabundant harvest of perfect, ripe apples. Alman recognizes this man as the Dragon Reborn, who cryptically warns him to gather the fruit quickly, as his presence offers only temporary protection. Rejuvenated by the miracle, Alman organizes the harvest, understanding that while a greater destiny unfolds, survival begins with the immediate task at hand. Chapter 2: Questions of Leadership. This chapter explores the immense burdens and contrasting natures of leadership through the parallel experiences of Perrin Ibarra and Galad Damodred. The narrative opens with Perrin leading his enormous, slow-moving column of soldiers and refugees through a perpetually muddy landscape under a dark, thunderous sky that refuses to rain. This oppressive atmosphere mirrors Perrin's own internal state of frustration and self-doubt. His plans are constantly delayed, first by sickness that nearly killed his channelers, and now by the terrain itself. He is a man weighed down by responsibility, a feeling he tries to work through with a complex blacksmith's puzzle, a metaphor for the tangled problems of command he feels ill-equipped to solve. Perrin's struggle is highlighted through his interactions. He reluctantly accepts a band of desperate sellswords into his camp for the simple price of food, a pragmatic decision that underscores the grim state of the world, yet one he internally questions due to their already strained resources. This is immediately followed by a confrontation with Arganda, the first captain of Gealden, who insists on formal justice and protocol, revealing the simmering political tensions Perrin must constantly manage. The core of Perrin's conflict is laid bare in a conversation with his wife, Phyle. She confronts his perception of himself as a failure, citing his decisive actions, the unlikely alliance with the Shan-Chan, and the successful capture of Maiden as proof of his leadership. Perrin, however, can only see his shortcomings: the corruption of Aram, the rumors he failed to stop, and the shame he perceives in the eyes of his own people. He wishes to shed the mantle of leadership, symbolized by his desire to tear down the Wolfhead banner and return to the simple life of a blacksmith. Phyle counters that his growing following is not a coincidence, but a consequence of his nature as Ta'veren, suggesting his leadership is a fate he cannot escape. In stark contrast, Galad's story opens with him as a prisoner, stripped naked, wounded, and chained in a dark tent. Yet, even in this state of total vulnerability, his focus is not on his own suffering, but on his unwavering principles. believing his capture and impending torture are the necessary price for saving his men, he finds a profound sense of purpose. In a powerful act of defiance and self-respect, he methodically cleans the blood from his face, preparing to meet his enemies not as a broken victim, but with his dignity intact. When he forces himself to stand and face his captors, the situation is dramatically inverted. He is greeted not by torturers, but by his own Lord's captain, who present him with the severed head of the High Inquisitor, Asunawa. They explain their coup was a response to Asunawa's corruption, his willingness to turn the children of the light against each other, and brand an honorable man, a dark friend. In this moment of crisis, they have chosen Galad as the embodiment of the children's true ideals. Without hesitation, Galad accepts the command, his first orders being clear and decisive, demonstrating a natural acceptance of leadership born from conviction, a direct opposite to Perrin's reluctant and troubled command. Chapter 3, The Fury of the Emerlin. The chapter opens with Egwene in a disembodied state of pure consciousness, floating within the vast dark expanse that exists between the waking world and the realm of dreams. In this liminal space, she perceives the hopes, fears, and imaginings of all humanity as countless points of brilliant light. While she has the ability to enter these dreams, she refrains, particularly from the one she most desires to visit, Gawain's. Her feelings for him are complicated, and she understands that losing herself in his subconscious would only further cloud her judgment. Instead, she uses this place for contemplation, reminding herself of the world beyond the White Tower that she is sworn to serve. After a period of reflection, she locates the dream of Nynaeve and projects a powerful message into it. It is a stern and unequivocal command, ordering Nynaeve to cease her avoidance and meet with Egwene in 2 nights. The message is a strategic mix of threat and promise, warning of consequences for failure to appear while hinting at important news regarding the newly unified tower and Elida's capture. Egwene knows she must bring Nynaeve and Elaine back into the fold and formally bind them with the oaths. Returning to her own dreams, she allows herself a fleeting vision of a simpler life with Gawain, but this peaceful image is violently shattered. She is plunged into a series of deeply disturbing prophetic visions. First, she witnesses 13 black towers, several of which collapse while the remaining ones grow taller, with one in particular recovering from near destruction to become the mightiest of all. The vision then shifts to a nest of eaglets, where a hidden serpent methodically devours its unsuspecting siblings. Egwene immediately interprets this as a warning that Messana, one of the Forsaken, remains hidden within the White Tower, masquerading as an Aes Sedai. The final vision shows a magnificent crystal sphere, representing the Dark One's prison, being held together by ropes, the seals. She watches as Rand al'Thor calmly walks up and, with an axe, severs every rope, causing the prison to break apart. Egwene awakens profoundly unsettled and records the visions, understanding their grave implications. She must find Messana, and she now has a terrifying premonition of Rand's future actions. Her thoughts are interrupted by her new keeper, Sylviana, who arrives with stunning news. The Dragon Reborn has arrived at the White Tower and is asking to see her. The perspective then shifts to Siwan Sanche, who is navigating the chaotic corridors of the tower. She learns from High Captain Chubane that Rand simply walked through a city gate, his presence lost in the flood of refugees, and calmly announced himself. Siwan and the Brown sister Saorin speculate on his motives, falling back on outdated reports that paint him as arrogant, erratic, and hostile to Aes Sedai. Internally, Siwan grapples with a complex mix of emotions. Seeing Egwene poised to receive the Dragon Reborn in the Emerlin's seat, the very position Siwan once held and for which she sacrificed everything, stirs a deep sense of personal loss. Gareth Bryne joins her, and his steady presence is a comfort. He validates her past actions, reminding her that while Egwene is what the tower needs now, Siwan was what it needed then. and that she carved the steps for Egwene's rise. When Rand is finally brought forth, shielded and escorted by dozens of sisters and warders, Siwon is struck by his transformation. The boy she knew is gone, replaced by a hard, commanding man whose eyes hold an ageless weight, prompting Brine to remark that he looks like an Aes Sedai. Before entering the hall, Rand approaches Siwon, thanks her for a past deed, and cryptically asks her to calm Egwene after their meeting is over, foreshadowing a difficult confrontation. Inside the hall of the tower, Egwene struggles to separate the man before her from the boy she once loved, resolving to treat him as the Dragon Reborn, the world's most dangerous individual. However, Rand's demeanor is the opposite of what she expected. He is calm, formal, and respectful of her new station. He speaks of having been broken and then reforged, hinting at a profound internal transformation. The core of the meeting comes when Rand makes a shocking declaration. In 1 month, he intends to travel to Shaiol Ghul and break the remaining seals on the Dark One's prison. He is not asking for permission, but is informing her of his plan and requesting the tower's support. This announcement confirms Egwene's prophetic dream, and she immediately opposes him, calling his plan madness. A tense standoff ensues. Rand is surrounded by a shield held by 13 sisters, yet he projects an aura of complete control. The power of his Ta'veren nature is so immense that it paralyzes the other sitters in the hall, rendering them unable to speak or move. Egwene, perhaps shielded by her personal history with him, is the only one able to resist the effect and confront him directly. Realizing she cannot force him to stay, and sensing he could break their shield at will, she acquiesces to his departure. He agrees to meet with her and other world leaders at the field of Merilor to discuss his terms before he proceeds. As he leaves, Egwene realizes with a jolt that he is missing his left hand. In the aftermath, she understands that she cannot stop him by force. Her only option is to gather allies, starting with Elaine and Nynaeve, to either persuade or compel him to abandon his catastrophic plan. Chapter 4. The Pattern Groans. The chapter commences with Perrin Ibera confronting an unnerving phenomenon beside the Johanna Road. A foul stench of decay permeates the air, yet there are no visible corpses. He and his companions observe a rolling plain where the grass is not only dying, but seems to be afflicted by a creeping, dark infection that worsens with distance. The eyes, Sedai, Seonid, and the Wise One, Neverin, both identify the affliction's appearance as being identical to the corruption found in the Great Blight. This discovery is deeply disturbing, as the blighted plants appear to be thriving in their corruption, suggesting a profound wrongness in the land itself. Their investigation leads them to the epicenter of the blight, a small dale containing a bizarre and deserted village. The construction of the huts, made from strange reeds and massive leaves, is entirely foreign to Gialdan. This discovery prompts Beryland to connect it to other ominous signs of reality breaking down, whispering that the pattern itself is groaning under some immense strain. Taking decisive command, Perrin orders the village and the surrounding blight to be scoured from the earth with the One Power, a command that, for once, meets with no resistance from the Aes Sedai or Wise Ones, underscoring the gravity of the threat. Later, Perrin finds himself pulled into Tel'aran'rhiod, the wolf dream. He is summoned by a pack of wolves to join their hunt, an invitation that awakens a deep, primal part of him. However, he resists, terrified of losing his humanity and becoming like Noam, a man he once saw who had been completely consumed by the wolf within. His spirit guide, the wolf Hopper, challenges this fear, insisting that Perrin cannot lose what he is and that his human tendency to worry is a needless complication. Hopper initiates Perrin's training in the wolfish way, through a hunt. But before it begins, Perrin is struck by a series of prophetic visions. He sees Mat Cauthon fighting against multiple versions of himself, oblivious to a killer stalking him from behind. He then sees a flock of sheep being herded by strange wolves toward a hidden predator. Finally, he sees his wife fail along with many of his allies, walking in a great procession toward a cliff's edge. Shaking off the visions, Perrin joins the hunt. He learns to manipulate the dreamscape, running with impossible speed and power. He fully embraces his wolf persona, Young Bull, and leads the pack in a thrilling chase after a magnificent, otherworldly white stag. As he closes in for the kill, lost in the ecstasy of the hunt, Hopper forcibly intervenes, explaining that a death in the wolf dream is final. The experience serves as a stark lesson, pushing Perrin to the very edge of his humanity. Humbled and shaken, Perrin accepts that this dangerous method is the only way he will learn to understand and control the wolf inside him. The narrative then shifts to Galad Damodred, now Lord Captain Commander of the Children of the Light. He leads his diminished and isolated army north, reflecting on the immense challenges before them. In a council with his top commanders, he reveals his radical and controversial strategy for survival and relevance. He intends to forge an alliance with his sworn enemies, the Aes Sedai of Tar Valon, to fight in the coming last battle. He argues that the Dark One is the ultimate enemy, making all other conflicts secondary. His strategic discussion is interrupted when Child Buyer reports the capture of a suspicious caravan on the road. Galad's sharp eye for detail allows him to immediately recognize the travelers not as merchants, but as the camp followers of a large army. He confronts their leader, Basil Gill, whose lies quickly crumble under scrutiny. As the followers are separated for interrogation, the chapter builds to its climax. A furious Dain Bornhald and a frenzied Buyer report their findings to Galad. A large army is indeed nearby, and its commander is a man known as Perrin Goldeneyes, the very man Bornhald holds responsible for the death of his father. Chapter 5. Writings. The chapter opens with Goin Trakand hurrying through the White Tower, accompanied by a disquieting warder named Sleet. The narrative immediately establishes Sleet as a figure apart from his peers. He is described not as a disciplined hunter, but as a more primal, shadowy predator, his very features seemingly unfinished and unsettling. Their destination is the scene of the fourth murder of an Aes Sedai, a crime that has thrown the tower into a state of high alert. After a tense but brief standoff with the guards commanded by a hostile Captain Chubane, Goin and Sleet are granted access to the small reading room where the victim, Kateri Nepview of the White Ager, was found. Goin's investigation quickly reveals inconsistencies with the official theory that Black Ager assassins are using gateways to kill sisters. He notes the victim was killed with a knife, not the One Power, and more importantly, Sleet discovers that the door's lock was likely picked with great skill and silence. This detail raises a crucial question. Why would channelers who can create gateways bother with picking a lock? Their conversation also highlights a critical pattern. None of the four murdered sisters had a warder, suggesting the killer is deliberately targeting the unbonded to avoid triggering the unique bond that would alert a protector. Goin then demonstrates a sharp political and psychological insight. He correctly deduces that Captain Chubane's hostility stems from insecurity. Chubane feels his position is threatened by Goin's closeness to the Amirlan seat. To neutralize this friction, Goin cleverly manipulates the captain, pretending his only ambition is to impress Egwene enough to finally be accepted as her warder. This act of calculated humility disarms Chubane, who becomes more cooperative. Gorn uses this opening to plant his alternative theory that the killer might be a non-channeling assassin like a Grey Man or a Darkfriend servant, and suggests Chubane pass this line of inquiry to the investigating sisters. Leaving the crime scene, Gorwyn proceeds to a tense confrontation with Egwene. Their interaction is fraught with the conflict between their past relationship and their current roles. He pleads to speak with Egwene the person, but she insists he must accept her as the Amerlin. He presents his findings from the murder scene and uses them to launch into a powerful argument. In preparation for the last battle, the tower cannot afford the luxury of sisters remaining unbonded. He frames the choice to not take a warder as a form of selfishness when humanity needs every possible advantage. Surprisingly, Egwene concedes the wisdom in his words and agrees to consider proposing it to the hall. However, when Gawain presses her on the inconsistencies of the investigation, Egwene reveals the terrifying secret she has been withholding from the tower. She confirms the killer can channel, but explains that it is not a random Black Arja sister. The true assassin is Messana, one of the Forsaken, hiding in their very midst. She has kept this knowledge contained to a select few to prevent the paranoia and suspicion that would tear the newly reunified tower apart again. Having shared this burden, she then makes a demand that horrifies Gawain. He must stop guarding her door at night. She explains she is using herself as bait in a carefully laid trap, and his presence interferes. She frames this as a test of his trust in her authority, a test he immediately fails by protesting, and he leaves her study in a state of angry frustration. The perspective then briefly shifts to Grendel, one of the Forsaken. Hiding in a deliberately squalid cavern to defy expectations, she is summoned by the Neblis, Moradin. He confronts her over the death of another Forsaken, Arangar, which he assumes was a catastrophic failure on her part. In a masterful display of cunning, Grendel reframes the event entirely. She claims it was a deliberate, successful plot to psychologically wound Rand al'Thor by forcing him to obliterate a fortress full of people, an act that would torment his soul. Moradin, though still displeased, accepts her logic and spares her from punishment, but forbids her from engaging with al'Thor further. Needing a new objective to secure her position, Grendel volunteers to hunt and kill Perrin Ibarra. Moradin agrees and equips her for the task with a dream spike, a powerful artifact designed to trap someone in the world of dreams. He also reveals a secret prophecy that foretells Perrin's death at their hands, promising Grendel immense rewards for success and utter ruin for failure. She leaves both empowered and deeply unsettled by the encounter, ready to set her new, deadly plan in motion. Chapter 6. Questioning Intentions. The chapter opens from the perspective of Morgas Trakand, the former Queen of Andor, who now serves as a lady's maid named Maegdine. She moves through a crowded pavilion, serving tea during a high-stakes meeting led by Perrin Ibarra. Her internal thoughts provide a running commentary on the assembly, which includes Perrin's wife Faile, Tam al'Thor, the Ashamanjur Grady, Three Eyes Sedai, Berelain of Mayenne, Queen Aleandra of Gayaldan, and a contingent of Aiel Wise Ones. Morgase reflects on her changed station, comparing the skills of a servant to those of a scout, and quietly analyzes the power dynamics, noting Fael's increased authority since her captivity and Perrin's raw but inexperienced leadership. The meeting's initial focus is a report from the Wise Ones on their destruction of a blight-tainted village. The conversation then shifts to Perrin's plan to disband much of his force and pursue a smaller group that has departed. This prompts Queen Aleandra to question why Perrin would send her soldiers away when the last battle looms, stating her oath of fealty was to him, not the dragon reborn. This challenge, combined with Berelan's support for retaining the army, pushes Perrin to a breaking point. In a moment of profound frustration with the unwanted mantle of leadership, he summons a young soldier and gives a direct order to burn every copy of his wolf-head banner, declaring that he is a blacksmith and will have no standard. The command is met with shock and dismay, particularly from his loyal Two Rivers followers. The discussion then turns to the logistical nightmare of relocating the thousands of refugees in their camp. The Ashaman, Grady, admits he and his recovering companion lack the strength to maintain gateways for the required duration. At this juncture, the Wise One Adara offers a solution. They can attempt to form a circle, linking their power with the Ashaman to create larger, more efficient gateways. Perrin is irritated that she withheld this information, but Adara coolly explains that the timing was not right until now, subtly asserting the Wise One's own authority. As the meeting concludes, a scouting party is organized to travel to Carhian in search of Rand al'Thor. Perrin's secretary, Balwa, maneuvers his way into the group, raising Morgus's suspicions. After the others have departed, Perrin confronts Morgus and her loyal guard, Talonvor. Annoyed by their obvious affection for one another, he clumsily and authoritatively commands them to marry within the hour. This act of overreach awakens Morgus's dormant, queenly fire. She delivers a stunning rebuke, refusing his command and schooling him on the proper limits of a lord's authority, contrasting his actions with his claims of hating leadership. A wounded Talonvor leaves abruptly. As Morgus searches for him, she overhears an urgent report being delivered to Perrin. A large force of white cloaks has been spotted on the road directly ahead, posing an immediate and unexpected threat. Chapter 7. Lighter than a feather. The chapter opens with Lan Mandragoran and his new talkative companion Bulan, travelling through the desolate borderlands between Kandor and Saldea. Under a perpetually dark and stormy sky, Lan maintains a grim and solitary focus on his eastward journey toward his doom. He travels under the alias Andra to avoid attracting followers, a strategy that proves immediately futile. After passing an inn, they are followed by 3 riders whom Lan initially mistakes for highwaymen. The situation becomes more complex when Bulan points out that 2 of the men wear the Hadori, the symbol of a Malkieri man who has not forsaken his lost nation. The followers reveal themselves to be Lan's old comrades, Andere, Nazar, and the Saldean Rakim. A tense exchange follows, in which Lan, attempting to maintain his solitary path, orders them to turn back. They refuse, engaging in a subtle mockery of his authority by stating they would obey a king, but see no king present. They challenge his assertion that Malkir is no more by pointing out that he himself rides to die for it. Lan's insistence that he is not raising the golden crane and that his path leads only to death is met with their grim acceptance. They declare that death is lighter than a feather, echoing the chapter's title and affirming their intention to follow him into the blight. His solitary quest has ended before it truly began. The party of 2 has become 5. The perspective then shifts dramatically to the 2 opposing armies poised for a confrontation. Within the camp of the Children of the Light, the newly appointed Lord Captain Commander, Galad Damadred, holds a meeting. He is portrayed as an ascetic leader, eating a simple meal while receiving a report from the zealous child Bayer. Bayer provides a history of Perrin Ibarra, branding him as a dark friend called Golden Eyes. He connects Perrin to the appearance of Trollocs deep in the south, within the 2 rivers, and links him to the Dragon Reborn. Bayer's report is deeply personal and venomous. He recounts how Perrin murdered 2 White Cloaks years ago and escaped justice, framing the current situation as a divinely orchestrated opportunity for the light to finally punish him. Influenced by Bayer's passionate testimony and the strategic possibility of securing the nation of Gialdan as a new home for the children, Galad is convinced that their duty requires them to act. Meanwhile, in the opposing camp, Perrin Ibarra grapples with his own internal struggles, symbolized by his craving for meat for breakfast, a sign of his growing wolf nature that discomforts his wife, Fail. His contemplative mood is interrupted by the Isle warrior Gaul, who brings a scout's report. Perrin learns that his captured people are indeed with the White Cloaks, whose army numbers 20,000. Crucially, he discovers that the Lord Captain Commander himself is leading the force. This news forces Perrin to confront his past trauma, specifically the night he first killed men, White Cloaks, and his wolf companion Hopper died. He realizes the pattern is forcing a confrontation he can no longer avoid. The chapter concludes with both leaders making their decisions in parallel. Galad resolves to challenge Perrin to a formal battle, while Perrin, determined not to abandon his people, decides to first offer a parley, giving the White Cloaks a chance to return his allies before inevitable bloodshed ensues. Chapter 8. The Seven-Striped Lass. The chapter opens with Matt Cawthon seeking refuge in the familiar comfort of a tavern called the Seven-Striped Lass. He is operating under the alias Master Crimson, a precaution against the numerous bounties on his head. The atmosphere of the tavern, A blend of boisterous energy and reasonable cleanliness appeals to his sensibilities, but his peace is disturbed by a letter he fidgets with, a message from the eyes Sedai, Verin, sealed with an oath he dare not break. The terms of his promise dictate that if he opens the letter, he must obey its contents, a prospect Matt finds utterly terrifying. His internal conflict is interrupted by the tavern keeper, Melly Crabe, a fetching woman with whom he shares a playful but tense exchange. Matt, ever the flirt in his past life, now finds himself constrained by his marriage to Tuon, though his thoughts still wander to assessing women's charms, albeit for the benefit of his friends like Talmanes. Melly, sensing his anxiety over the letter, teases him mercilessly, even threatening to open it herself. This forces Matt to play his most dangerous card, revealing that the sender is an Aes Sedai. His attempt to intimidate her backfires slightly when Melly reveals a personal fascination with the women of the White Tower, but he ultimately secures the letter's return by promising her an introduction. Leaving the relative safety of the seven-striped lass, Matt makes his way to a much grimmer establishment, the Dead Man's Breath, in search of a higher-stakes dice game. The tavern's sordid atmosphere foreshadows the chapter's dark turn. During a game, a casual remark from another player about a local man found dead with his throat torn out and his body drained of blood instantly seizes Matt's attention. He recognizes the gruesome signature of the golem, the monstrous blood-drinking creature that has haunted his steps since Ebu Dar. The universe seems to confirm his fears in a startling display of his tavern nature. The dice he throws land impossibly balanced on their corners, while the familiar rattling of dice erupts inside his own mind, signaling a dramatic shift in his destiny. The moment is shattered when he spots a bouncer examining a wanted poster bearing his own face, forcing him to make a hasty retreat, leaving both his winnings and his walking stick behind. Now hunted by common criminals and a supernatural assassin, Matt realizes the full extent of his peril. He locates his old friend, Thorn Merrilin, at another inn, the Two Apples, where the Gleeman is holding an entire common room, spellbound with a haunting melody from his flute. The scene provides a brief, beautiful respite from the growing tension. After a familiar jesting reunion, in which Thorn instinctively pins Matt's coat to a stage with a thrown knife, Matt informs him of the golem's presence in Camelin. Their walk back to the Band of the Red Hands encampment is fraught with discussion. They plan basic precautions against the creature, and the conversation inevitably returns to Verin's letter, with Matt staunchly refusing to open it, convinced it holds a fate worse than his current predicament. He reveals his frustration with Queen Elaine's silence and his confirmed plans to journey to the Tower of Genje, despite lacking a clear means of travel. Upon arriving at the camp, Matt is met with two final, crucial developments. First, a sergeant informs him that the three Aes Sedai he rescued have returned, an unwelcome complication. Then he is confronted by one of them, Teslin Baradon. In a moment of profound and unexpected sincerity, Teslin thanks Matt for saving her from the Shonchan, offering him the genuine debt and respect of an Aes Sedai. Matt is so disarmed by her honesty that he reverses his previous stance and offers her and her companions horses and supplies for their journey. The chapter seems to be ending on this note of surprising grace, but as Matt steps into his tent, a final, horrifying discovery awaits: the overwhelming scent of fresh blood. Chapter 9. Blood in the Air. The chapter ignites with an immediate and brutal assassination attempt on Matt Cawthon. Awakened by a lethal attack in the total darkness of his tent, Matt's survival hinges purely on instinct as he narrowly escapes death. After cutting his way out of the tent, he faces his assailant, the monstrous golem, in the dim light of the camp. Demonstrating a crucial piece of foresight, Matt quickly lashes his fox-head medallion to his ashandare, fashioning the only weapon he knows can injure the creature. The ensuing confrontation is as much a psychological battle as a physical one. The golem reveals that its new master has made Matt its primary target, and it torments him with its intimate knowledge of his closest companions, including Tom, Noel, and even Tuon, threatening them all to unnerve him. As the golem's superior speed and fluid movements begin to overwhelm Matt, he is saved by the timely and intelligent intervention of the eye's Sedai, Teslin. Unable to affect the creature directly with the one power, she cleverly uses weaves of air to hurl heavy objects at it, demonstrating a key vulnerability. The rising alarm throughout the camp forces the golem to retreat, but not before it effortlessly slaughters two more of Matt's red arms, a chilling display of its casual deadliness. In the devastating aftermath, Matt discovers his servant Lopin and two guards have been murdered inside his tent. His initial terror that the boy Olver is among the dead gives way to profound relief upon learning he is safe with Noel. This harrowing event solidifies Matt's resolve. He shifts from being the hunted to the hunter. He formulates a plan to lure the creature into the city, using himself as bait to protect the band and vowing to finally destroy the monster that plagues him. Chapter 10, After the Taint. The chapter opens with Perrin walking the perimeter of his new camp, accompanied by Elias and the Asherman Grady. He is consumed by guilt over sending his supply train ahead, a decision that led to their capture. But Elias logically argues that Perrin could not have foreseen the delays or the complex strategic situation with the Shido. This conversation establishes Perrin's internal conflict and heavy sense of responsibility. As they continue their rounds, Perrin inspects a guard post where the sense of the men reveal their lingering embarrassment over the rumors of his infidelity, showing that even far from home, the social codes of the two rivers still hold sway. The central strategic problem is then debated. Grady, representing the immense power of the Asherman, suggests a simple, brutal solution: a direct magical assault on the White Cloak camp to force the return of their people and supplies. Perrin, however, is deeply hesitant, haunted by the memory and sense of the slaughter at Dumai's Wells. He prefers a more diplomatic approach first, hoping to use the banner of the Queen of Gayalden as a shield to open negotiations. Their walk leads them to the Isle section of the camp, where a major breakthrough has occurred. The Ashaman Neald, working with the Wise Ones Masuri and Idara, has successfully created a massive, stable gateway by linking. This is a significant development in the use of the One Power. Neald's description of feeling both Saidin and Saidar is one of ecstatic completion, but it is contrasted sharply by the fear and wariness emanating from the women, highlighting the dangerous power dynamics involved when a man leads a circle. Following this discovery, Grady pulls Perrin aside for a private conversation that contains the chapter's most profound revelation. He asks for leave to visit his family, explaining that his entire motivation has shifted. He reveals to a stunned Perrin that the taint on Saidin is gone, cleansed during a mysterious event some weeks prior. This news redefines the existence of the Ashaman. Grady explains that they were once men fighting for a worthy death, knowing madness was inevitable. Now, for the first time, they have a reason to live. The tense quiet is broken by the arrival of a White Cloak rider under a flag of peace, Dane Bornhold. He brings a hostile summons from his Lord Captain Commander for a meeting. Despite the obvious danger, Perrin agrees to go, taking a small, powerful party with Grady disguised as a Two Rivers archer, providing a secret escape route via a gateway. At the tense parley, Perrin confronts the White Cloak leader, Galad Damadred. Galad refuses to negotiate and instead issues a stark ultimatum. Perrin must face the White Cloak army on the field of battle. In return for this open conflict, Galad promises to release the captives unharmed, regardless of the outcome. The chapter concludes with a shift to Galad's perspective, where he reflects on Perrin's unsettling golden eyes, which convince him of Perrin's evil nature. He feels his decision to force a battle is the only righteous path, a necessary confrontation with a great evil before the last battle. Chapter 11. An Unexpected Letter. The chapter commences with Queen Elaine's profound irritation as she rejects a formal proposal submitted by her political adversary, Elorian, The document, which suggests the pardoning and release of nobles who opposed Elaine's succession, is seen as a direct insult. Elaine's frustration is amplified by the physical and emotional constraints of her pregnancy, a state that makes her feel vulnerable, especially when contrasted with the flawless composure of her advisor, Dylin. A strategic debate unfolds between Elaine, Dylin, and Birgitte concerning the captive lords. Dylin argues with cold pragmatism that the nobles are a diminishing asset. As Elaine's rule solidifies, their value as political prisoners plummets. Birgitte offers a more brutal and simple solution: execution, which Elaine immediately rejects, asserting that supporting a rival claimant before a queen was officially crowned does not constitute treason. This exchange highlights the moral and political tightrope Elaine must walk. Feeling cornered by these domestic political games, Elaine makes a startling and audacious declaration. She intends to press her claim and seize the sun throne of Caerhien. She views this aggressive expansion not as a risk, but as a necessary step to consolidate her power rapidly, unify the nations against the coming last battle, and prevent being politically isolated in the future. While Birgitte deems the plan insane, given Elaine's tenuous hold on Andor, Dylin cautiously considers the bold strategy. The political maneuvering is interrupted by the arrival of Master Norri, Elaine's spy master. He reports that his surveillance has observed Duhara Basahin, the envoy from Eleda's White Tower, holding secret meetings with Elorian. However, Elaine and Dylin quickly deduce that the meetings were deliberately conspicuous. It was not a covert plot, but a calculated act of intimidation, a clear message that Eleda's influence was being brought to bear on Elaine's domestic rivals. Norri then presents his second, far more curious piece of intelligence: an outrageously informal and insulting letter from a man claiming to be a mercenary captain. Upon reading the uniquely chaotic letter, Elaine's anger dissolves into shocked laughter and relief. The author is none other than Matrim Cawthon, who is alive and camped outside Caemlyn with the Band of the Red Hand. His letter concludes with a bizarre and urgent demand for access to the city's bellfounders. The chapter concludes with Elaine's strategic mind immediately seizing upon this unexpected development. She now sees Mat and his army, which contains many Caerhienin soldiers, as a powerful new asset to support her campaign. Her resolve strengthened, she directs Dylin to arrange a meeting with the kin to secure the use of travelling, a crucial element for administering the two kingdoms she now plans to rule. Chapter 12. An empty ink bottle. The chapter opens with Min experiencing a profound sense of warmth and peace while seated on a window ledge in the Stone of Tyr. This feeling is not from the sun, which has miraculously broken through the clouds in a perfect circle above the city, but from her warder-like bond with Rand. Her tranquility is shattered by a frantic Nynaeve, who has spent 3 days in a state of escalating panic over Rand's disappearance. Nynaeve fears the worst, citing Rand's near murder of his own father and his destructive actions at Natrin's Barrow as proof of his instability. Min, however, remains calm, reassured by the newfound comfort radiating from the bond, and she insists that Rand needs this period of solitude to resolve his internal conflicts. Their tense discussion is interrupted by the news that Alanna Mosvani has vanished from her chambers without a trace. This development shifts the focus to a frustrated Cadsuane, who is investigating Alanna's starkly empty room. The only clues left behind are a discarded, hastily torn letter and an empty ink bottle, suggesting a secret correspondence and a planned departure. Cadsuane views Alanna not as a person, but as a crucial strategic asset. She and the others recognize the immense danger this represents. Because of Alanna's own bond to Rand, she is a living beacon. If agents of the Shadow have captured her, they will have an undeniable path to the Dragon Reborn. The chapter's climax arrives through a simple, mundane act. As Cadsuane contemplates this new threat, she drinks a cup of tea and is shocked to find it tastes perfect and pure, completely free of the sour taint that has plagued food and drink for months. In that exact instant, Min gasps as she feels Rand's presence returning. The Isle maidens guarding her immediately sprint away, their true purpose revealed. The story concludes as Min announces that he has arrived, tying his return directly to the sudden, miraculous cleansing of the world around them. Chapter 13. For what has been wrought. The chapter commences with Min bursting from the Stone of Tyr, urgently seeking Rand al'Thor after his 3-day absence. She is followed by a vast contingent of Aiel who move with a discipline and speed that underscores her own relative slowness. When she finds Rand, she is immediately struck by his profound transformation. He appears older, with a depth in his eyes that feels ancient, momentarily causing her to fear that the man she loves has been replaced by an unknowable power. This fear is only dispelled by his familiar, yet more confident smile. Rand quickly demonstrates his new state of mind. He dismisses Min's concerns about the disappearance of the Aes Sedai Alana, stating that the time for secrecy has passed, and the final confrontation with the Shadow is now inevitable. He then methodically begins to repair his fractured alliances, starting with the Aiel. He confronts Ruark, acknowledges his failings, and accepts his toh, or debt of honor, satisfying their code and restoring their allegiance. Immediately after, Rand takes decisive command. He issues a series of rapid-fire orders that set major events into motion, from arranging a meeting with the Borderlander armies to publicizing Egwene Alver's ascension to Amerlin's seat. In a display of his newfound perception, he confronts the High Lords of Tyr, identifies 2 dark friends, Wiramon and Anayela, and sends them away with a warning for their hidden allies. The chapter's emotional climax arrives with the appearance of his father, Tarn al'Thor. The all-powerful dragon reborn dissolves, showing immense fear and vulnerability before breaking down in his father's arms, weeping and apologizing for his terrible deeds. The chapter concludes with Rand, having reclaimed a piece of his humanity, formally introducing Min to his father. Chapter 14. A Vow. The chapter opens with Egwene Alvere finding a moment of peace in the world of dreams, standing on a gentle, grassy slope. This setting serves as a powerful metaphor for her current situation. Beneath her feet is a serene meadow, but above, the sky is a silent, violent storm of boiling black clouds and amethyst lightning. This stark contrast mirrors her internal state as the Amerlin seat. She has achieved a fragile peace by reunifying the White Tower, but she is acutely aware of the immense and terrifying storms still gathering, from the last battle to the schemes within her own ranks. She reflects on her own growth, recalling her early, naive visits to Tel Aranariod, where she treated it like a playground. She acknowledges that without the harsh but necessary instruction of the Wise Ones, her ignorance would have led to her death, long before she could claim her current title. Her first meeting is with the Aelwise Ones, Amys and Bear, in the dream version of the heart of the Stone of Tyr. Egwene informs them of her victory and her ascension as the undisputed Amerlin, confirming that Elida has been captured by the Shonchan. The Wise One's reaction highlights the cultural chasm between their peoples. Bear notes that Sorelea will be disappointed. Egwene chose to lead the fools in the tower, rather than return to the ale. Egwene handles this with remarkable political grace, humbly calling herself the Queen of the Fools, to diffuse the insult and show solidarity with her people. The conversation then shifts to Rand al'Thor. Egwene is shocked to learn that the Wise Ones view his recent dark changes not with alarm, but with approval, stating that he has embraced death and is finally becoming the true Kara Khan. This sets the stage for the chapter's central conflict. Egwene reveals Rand's insane plan to break the seals on the Dark One's prison. The Wise Ones are deeply disturbed by this news, and Egwene secures their alliance in opposing him, demonstrating her ability to build coalitions. Next, Egwene meets with Nynaeve in the Hall of the Tower, a location heavy with symbolism. Frustrated by Nynaeve's prolonged avoidance, Egwene employs a masterful psychological tactic. Instead of chastising Nynaeve for her insubordination, she asks for advice, framing her own struggles for authority as being similar to what Nynaeve experienced when she first became the wisdom of Eamon's field. By asking how Nynaeve dealt with people who refused to see her for her new station, she forces Nynaeve to confront her own behavior. This brilliant maneuver corners Nynaeve, who reluctantly agrees to acknowledge Egwene's authority by addressing her as mother, a submission that is clearly difficult for her. Elaine's arrival completes the trio, but also brings a mystery, as her appearance is preceded by a false trigger of Egwene's wards. The discussion about Rand continues, but Egwene finds that both Nynaeve and Elaine are far less horrified by his plan than she expected, a reaction she attributes to his powerful Ta'veren influence. During this talk, Nynaeve deduces that Elaine is pregnant with Rand's children, and Elaine's own slip of the tongue confirms to Egwene that she has secretly bonded Rand as her warder. Seeing the fractures in her support, Egwene asserts her authority, demanding that both women return to the tower to be formally raised to Aes Sedai and swear on the oath rod, a political necessity to quell any dissent about her favouring her friends. While Elaine uses her pregnancy as a reason to delay, Nynaeve surprisingly agrees to undergo the dangerous testing, revealing she has already mastered the 100 required weaves. Just as Egwene is about to reveal the full extent of the Black Aja conspiracy, her wards are triggered again. This time, the threat is real. She confronts two Black Aja sisters, one of whom is the infamous Alviarin. In a swift and brutal encounter, Alviarin unleashes a weave of fire meant for Egwene, but instead incinerates her fellow conspirator before escaping. The attack leaves Egwene shaken, realizing she has grown too reliant on channeling and must remember that in Tel'aran'rhiod, thought is faster and more powerful. The chapter concludes with the three friends understanding that the stolen dream, Ter'angreal, are being used to hunt them, establishing a new and dangerous front in their shadow war, and hardening Egwene's resolve to finally unmask and destroy the forsaken Mesa'ana. Chapter 15. Use a Pebble. The chapter opens with Nynaeve hurrying through the city of Tear, alongside the Ashaman Naef. She is deeply troubled by an unnatural storm she can sense far to the north, the very place where Lan is, and she worries for his safety. Her thoughts reveal a reluctant but growing acceptance of the Ashaman since the cleansing of Sidene. Though she is still unsettled by Naef's particular madness, he claims to see Mudral lurking in the shadows, believing them to be scouts for the Shadow. Nynaeve and Naef are on their way to investigate the aftermath of a bubble of evil that has struck a prosperous neighborhood. Upon reaching the cordoned-off area, they discover the horrifying nature of the event. Any non-living object they touch, from paving stones to the wooden boards of an inn's porch, immediately disintegrates into an incredibly fine dust. Inside the inn, they find a scene of silent horror. People are frozen in the middle of their daily activities, not as corpses, but as lifeless husks. When Nynaeve delves them, she finds no trace of life, and when she physically touches one of the figures, it too collapses into a puff of powder. Overwhelmed by a familiar sense of helplessness at being unable to heal this affliction, Nynaeve's frustration turns to action. She and Naef unleash the One Power, using powerful gusts of wind to methodically disintegrate the entire two-street area, reducing buildings and husks alike to a massive cloud of dust, which they then gather and incinerate, leaving a clean gouged-out hole in the city. In the aftermath, Naef once again mentions the murderer he sees watching them. Spurred by a desperate need to accomplish something meaningful, Nynaeve decides to attempt the impossible, to heal his madness. Delving into his mind, she perceives the Dark One's taint, not as a vague sickness, but as a tangible network of dark, thorn-like filaments digging into his brain. In a moment of incredible innovation, she painstakingly uses weaves of spirit to pry each thorn free before applying a complex counterweave that utterly destroys the corruption. Naef is cured instantly, his delusions vanishing, and he is overcome with gratitude. Shortly thereafter, Rand arrives. he and Nynaeve share a surprisingly mature and respectful conversation, in which Rand takes full responsibility for the bubble of evil, blaming his own delay in confronting the Dark One. He explains his logic for needing to break the seals on the Dark One's prison, and Nynaeve finds herself, against all expectation, believing him. Rand then asks her to be one of the two women to join him in a circle to wield Calendor at the last battle, and warns her not to let the White Tower's rigid doctrines extinguish her passionate nature. Before she departs, Nynaeve attempts to heal Rand's madness as well, but what she discovers in his mind is far more complex and terrifying. The darkness is immense, covering his entire consciousness, but it is interwoven with a brilliant, radiant whiteness, a phenomenon she cannot comprehend, let alone heal. The chapter's focus then shifts to Egwene, who is meeting with her most trusted allies atop the White Tower. They are discussing the critical problem of how a member of the Black Ager could have sworn on the Oath Rod without being bound. The Sister Sane presents three theories, the last of which is the most alarming for its simplicity. A specific weave could be used to alter the sound of the words being spoken, allowing a false oath to be sworn, while everyone present hears the correct one. Egwene realizes this simple, subtle method is the most likely, a perfect example of using a pebble where a boulder is expected. The final part of the meeting involves a psychological profile of the Forsaken Messiana, who is identified as a highly competent but deeply angry administrator, a kind of a Merlin for the shadow. Synthesizing this intelligence, Egwene deduces that Messana, reeling from recent failures, will be desperate for a major victory, and concludes that the most tempting target would be Egwene herself. The chapter ends with Egwene resolving to use this knowledge to set a trap, using herself as the bait to draw Messana out. Chapter 16. Shannahar. The chapter opens in the waning light of evening, with Fail Basher moving purposefully through the military encampment. Her thoughts are consumed by her husband, Perrin, who remains consumed by guilt over the capture of their people by the White Cloaks. Fail reflects on the delicate political dance he is engaged in, attempting to stall for time while seeking a non-violent solution that seems increasingly unlikely. Her mind then turns to her own role, a position she once fled from in rebellion against her mother and her duties in Saldia. She experiences a moment of profound irony, realizing she is now capably applying every lesson in statecraft and administration that her mother had insisted she learn. This newfound appreciation for her upbringing is a testament to her significant growth from the spoiled girl who ran away to become a hunter for the Horn, into a pragmatic and insightful lady of a great house. Her sharp eyes miss nothing as she inspects the camp's logistics. She astutely identifies potential issues, from dwindling supplies to simmering tensions between factions of refugees. Her administrative acumen is put on full display when she arrives at the quartermaster's station. There, she confronts the subtly corrupt quartermaster, Bavin Rockshaw, not with open accusations but with carefully worded observations about irregularities in supply distribution. It is a masterful, indirect maneuver that communicates her awareness of his thievery without creating an open conflict, aiming to curb his greed rather than punish him, recognizing that a skilled, if slightly corrupt quartermaster is a valuable asset. Fail's true purpose for the evening, however, is a deeply personal one. She has orchestrated a surprise celebration for Perrin to mark their first Shannahar, a Saldean festival celebrating a year of marriage. She thoughtfully adapts this tradition to a Two Rivers custom, arranging an intimate, candlelit dinner for two on a secluded hilltop overlooking the camp. When Perrin arrives, his mood is still dark, and he quickly unburdens himself of his anxieties. He confesses his fear that he is growing callous, admitting that, unlike in the past, he would not have been willing to trade his own life for the captives. He questions his own fitness to lead, a recurring internal battle for him. Fail meets his despair with unwavering support, reframing his difficult choices not as failures or signs of hardening cruelty, but as the necessary burdens of a true leader who must consider the greater good. This conversation opens the door for a moment of profound intimacy and vulnerability. Spurred by her understanding, Perrin finally confesses the full extent of his internal struggle with his wolf nature. He speaks of the terrifying frenzy that consumes him in battle, the fear of losing his humanity as he believes the man named Noam did, and the deep spiritual connection he shared with the wolf-hopper. It is a raw and painful confession of the secrets he has carried alone for so long. In a powerful act of reciprocity, Fail then shares the story of her own recent ordeal as a captive in Malden. She reveals that her time there was not one of passive suffering, but of active planning and scheming for her own escape, showing him her own resilience and strength. This mutual sharing of their deepest traumas and fears finally erases the emotional distance that has lingered between them since her rescue. The evening concludes not with a fiery argument, but with a gentle reconciliation, a conscious choice by Fail to adapt to his ways, solidifying their bond and marking a new depth of understanding in their marriage. They have, at last, found their way back to one another. The narrative then shifts perspective to Matt Cawthon in the aftermath of a vicious golem attack. He awakens sore and grieving the loss of his loyal manservant, Lopin. His camp is a hive of activity, centered around the departure of a large contingent bound for Tar Valon. This group includes the eyes Sedai Jolene, Teslin, and Edicina, whom Matt is glad to be rid of. He also provides horses and a path forward for Bethamin and Seta, two former Shonchan Suldam who are grappling with the revelation that they themselves can channel, giving them a new purpose in a world turned upside down. They are joined by the thief-catcher Juilin Sandar and his charge Thera, as well as the formidable ex-Shonchan noblewoman Leolwyn and her husband Baal Doman. Throughout these partings, Matt's complex character is on full display. He maintains a facade of roguish indifference and complains about the trouble, yet his actions betray a deep-seated kindness and a surprising sense of responsibility, particularly in his gentle handling of the traumatized former Suldam. His incorrigible nature also shines through in his parting gift to the haughty Jolene, a package of her favorite sweet buns secretly laced with sprinklewort, a harmless but irritating prank that will turn her mouth blue. This act is more than just childish revenge. It is a strategic move, ensuring she will not share the treats and will suffer the humiliation alone. Matt's cunning is also evident as he uses the departure to his advantage, sending his unassuming but highly skilled scout, Vanin, along with the caravan under the guise of an escort, with secret orders to act as a spy and gather intelligence within the White Tower. Before their departure, Matt entrusts Satala Anan with the care of the young boy Olva, demonstrating his profound commitment to the child's welfare. The segment concludes with Matt's simple decision to finally shave his itchy, disguise-grown beard, a symbolic act of shedding a false identity and preparing to face what comes next as himself. Finally, the focus moves to the royal palace in Camelin, where a pregnant queen, Elaine Trakand, walks in a rooftop garden. She is contemplative, acutely aware of the dangers surrounding her, but drawing a perhaps unwarranted sense of security from a viewing by Min that her twin babies will be born healthy. She interprets this prophecy as an absolute guarantee of her own safety until their birth, dismissing the valid concerns of her warder, Birgit, with a youthful certainty that borders on recklessness. Her mind, however, is keenly focused on the monumental challenges facing her nation. She has summoned two influential members of the kin, Alice and Sumiko, for a pivotal meeting. Elaine puts forth a groundbreaking political proposal, a formal alliance between the Andorran crown and the kin. She offers them a permanent, protected home in Camelin in exchange for their exclusive services in healing and, most importantly, travelling via gateways. This is a shrewd strategic move designed to give Andor a critical advantage, particularly against the Shonchan and their enslaved channelers. Alice, demonstrating that the kin are no longer a meek and hidden society, proves to be a sharp negotiator. She agrees to the proposal but insists that the kin receive half of any revenue generated from the use of gateways, positioning her people as partners rather than subjects. The meeting solidifies a powerful new alliance and sets the stage for a reorganized kin, one that is distinct from the White Tower, yet formally allied with it. As the kinswomen depart, Elaine's thoughts reveal the depth of her strategic thinking. She knows that a future war with the Shonchan Empire is all but inevitable. Securing the kin's power is a vital first step, but her gaze is already turning toward an even more potent and dangerous potential weapon on Andorran soil, the male channelers of the Black Tower. Chapter 18. The Strength of This Place. The chapter commences with Perrin Ibarra, moving through the disorienting landscape of the Wolf Dream. His purpose is initially unclear even to himself, but his resolve crystallizes as he reflects on his current situation. With Fail safely returned to his side, his anxieties about their relationship have subsided, replaced by a renewed sense of strength and determination. He feels capable of facing any challenge, and his immediate focus turns to the looming threat of the White Cloaks. He knows he cannot move forward until this lingering shadow from his past is dealt with. This leads him to scout their encampment within the Dream, a sprawling, orderly sea of white tents. While there, he gains a small piece of intelligence, memorizing the unfamiliar signet on a commander's ring before it fades. A significant moment of introspection occurs when Perrin berates himself for never having considered using the Wolf Dream to search for Fail during her captivity. This self-reproach highlights his tendency to become overly focused on a single path, a dangerous flaw he recognizes in himself. This realization serves as the catalyst for a crucial training session with the wolf, Hopper. The lesson centers on a fundamental paradox of existing in the dream. Perrin must be present strongly enough to defend himself from being expelled, yet not so strongly that he risks becoming lost and unable to return to his sleeping body. Hopper guides him through exercises, using a memory of Eamon's Field as an anchor to Perrin's physical self. The training is a series of mental and physical assaults designed to teach Perrin balance and control. Their session is abruptly interrupted by the appearance of a bizarre and unsettling phenomenon, a vast, translucent violet wall that feels fundamentally wrong before it vanishes as quickly as it appeared, leaving Perrin and Hopper deeply troubled. The perspective then shifts dramatically to the brutal reality of a battlefield commanded by Lord Riddell Iturralde. He is orchestrating a desperate defense of a fortified hillside against an overwhelming army of Trollocs pouring from the Blight. Iturralde's strategic genius is on full display as he manages his exhausted troops, but his internal thoughts reveal the precariousness of his position. He is holding this critical choke point based on a promise of aid from Rand al'Thor, and he is deeply frustrated by the refusal of the nearby Saldean forces in Maradon to assist. The battle takes a horrifying turn when the Shadowspawn deploy siege engines. However, instead of launching stones, they hurl the corpses of dead Trollocs into Iturralde's camp. His military mind immediately questions the tactical logic of this move, sensing a deeper strategy at play. His instincts prove correct when he realizes the horrific truth. A large portion of the falling bodies are not corpses at all, but living Drakkar using the dead as camouflage for a surprise aerial assault. The chapter leaves Iturralde's command post in utter chaos, with the general fighting for his life and screaming a desperate, silent plea for the Dragon Reborn to fulfill his promise of reinforcement. The final narrative thread follows Fail as she initiates a direct confrontation with Berelain, determined to permanently extinguish the damaging rumors of an affair with Perrin. Understanding that a simple argument would only fuel gossip, Fail employs a brilliant and ruthless political strategy. She confronts Berelain not with accusations, but with a challenge rooted in ancient Borderlands tradition, a formal duel to the death with knives. This is a calculated bluff, playing on Berelain's perception of Fail as a hot-tempered Saldean who is genuinely capable of such an act. The threat is so credible that it completely changes the dynamic, forcing Berelain to recognize the gravity of the situation she created. Having cornered her rival, Fail reveals her true objective. She demands that Berelain, a master of rumor and manipulation, use her skills to undo the damage she has caused. Backed into a corner and realizing she has severely miscalculated, Berelaine concedes. The proposed solution involves the two women staging a very public performance of friendship to disarm the rumors, supplemented by Berelaine conspicuously directing her romantic attentions toward another man. The chapter concludes with this tense, newly forged and entirely deceptive alliance. Chapter 19. Discourse on Dragons. The chapter opens with Matt Cawthon preparing for a pivotal meeting with Elaine, who is now the Queen of Andor. His actions are symbolic of his internal conflict. He shaves off a beard he had grown as a disguise, an act of shedding a false identity, yet he chooses to wear a sturdy but plain wool coat, notable only for the arrow holes and a faint bloodstain that testify to his life as a soldier. This coat represents the identity he clings to, that of a simple man, a farmer from the Two Rivers. It is a deliberate rejection of the lordly status that others increasingly see in him. Before he can depart, he has a brief but telling encounter with Olva. The boy, in his youthful earnestness, is eager to discuss their secret and dangerous plan to rescue Moiraine. Matt is forced to gently deflect him, realizing with a jolt that his own carelessness has led the boy to spread word of their quest to key figures like Talmanes, complicating an already perilous mission and highlighting Matt's growing burden of command. This theme of Matt's contested identity comes into sharp focus when he joins his escort, Talmanes and Thorn. In stark contrast to Matt's practical attire, both men are dressed in opulent courtly finery. Thorn, in particular, has transformed himself from a travelling gleeman into a figure fit for a royal court, a deliberate choice signalling his return from a long exile. The conversation that follows is more than simple teasing about Matt's clothing. It is a direct challenge to his self-perception. They question his insistence on being a farmer now that he is married to Tuon, the daughter of the Nine Moons. Matt stubbornly refutes the idea that marriage has made him a prince, revealing his deep-seated resistance to the titles and responsibilities that fate and his own actions are forcing upon him. As they ride toward the palace, Matt's procession draws significant attention, underscoring his rising fame. He is confronted with the burgeoning legend of Lord Matt, a persona built from a web of wild and exaggerated rumors. This is crystallized in his meeting with Charles Guybon, the high-ranking officer sent to escort him. Guybon recites the tales circulating in Kemlin, that Matt hung from a tree for 9 days, that he is unbeatable in love and at dice, that he killed one of the Forsaken. Matt dismisses these with weary exasperation, but he is visibly unnerved when a rumor comes terrifyingly close to the truth, the story that he journeyed into the realm of death, where he was given his unique spear and told the nature of his own demise. This sequence demonstrates how Matt's reality is being twisted into myth, cementing his status as a legendary figure, even as he tries to run from it. The actual meeting with Queen Elaine subverts all of Matt's anxious expectations. Instead of a formal and stiff audience, the reunion is remarkably warm and personal. Elaine greets Thorn with genuine tears and affection, and her demeanor toward Matt is friendly and disarmingly familiar. The tense political atmosphere is momentarily broken by personal news when Matt learns, to his complete shock, that Elaine is pregnant with Rand's twins. This revelation provides a moment of humor, while also emphasizing how disconnected Matt has become from the lives of his old friends. The cordialities soon give way to the chapter's central purpose, Matt's proposal. He presents Eludra's revolutionary plans for weapons she calls dragons, in essence, powerful cannons. He explains their immense strategic potential, capable of leveling city walls or wiping out entire formations of Trollocs. Elaine, displaying sharp political and strategic acumen, immediately grasps the significance of this technology. Her enthusiasm is not for the abstract goal of winning the last battle, but for the immediate advantage it gives her in solidifying her own power, particularly for her planned move to claim the Sun Throne in Caerhien. What follows is a tense and masterful negotiation, a battle of wills between two formidable figures. The conflict is not whether to build the dragons, but who will control them. Elaine offers to commission the Band of the Red Hand as an official Andorran military unit, a move that would grant them resources, but strip them of their autonomy. Matt vehemently refuses, holding firm to his core value of freedom. To break the impasse, Matt makes a calculated and dangerous gamble, offering his protective foxhead medallion for Elaine to study for 3 days. This is an immense risk, as he knows the golem is hunting him within the city, and the medallion is his only defense against the One Power. The final agreement is a complex compromise. The band is hired on a long-term contract, they retain operational control of the dragons, and the weapons will be divided if the band leaves Andorran service. In return, Elaine gets to study the medallion, revealing her chilling intention to try and duplicate it. The chapter concludes as Elaine teases Matt about his need for a new coat and a proper title, bringing his identity struggle full circle. Tom's final suggestion that they go shopping for a new coat underscores the central theme. Despite his every effort to remain just Matt, the world insists on making him a lord. Chapter 20. A Choice. The chapter opens with Nynaeve Almayara being escorted to her formal test to become Aes Sedai by Rosil, the new mistress of novices. Despite the Amerlin seat, Egwene Alver having already raised her, tradition demands this trial. The initial interaction establishes Nynaeve's core conflict with the Tower's rigid customs. She refuses Rosil's suggestion to move her great serpent ring, arguing that to do so would be to disrespect the Amerlin's decree and undermine her own standing as a full sister. This is not simple stubbornness, but a principled stand on the legitimacy of her station. As they descend into the Tower's depths, Nynaeve learns that the test will require absolute composure and adherence to strict rules. She must walk at a measured pace to markers designated by a 6-pointed star, and only then can she channel to complete one of 100 required weaves. The gravity of the situation is underscored by the presence of an unusually powerful group of observers, a sitter from each Arja, plus the Amerlin herself. This gathering highlights the controversy surrounding Nynaeve and ensures the trial will be intensely scrutinized. Egwene's presence is particularly significant, as she will be among the harshest testers to prove she made no error in judgment by prematurely raising Nynaeve. Before entering the testing ter'angreal, Nynaeve again subverts tradition by altering the standard responses to the ritual questions, framing them not as a supplicant seeking worthiness, but as an Aes Sedai demonstrating a worthiness she already possesses. Inside the ter'angreal, Nynaeve is subjected to a series of progressively brutal and psychologically harrowing scenarios. Between each trial, her memory is wiped, leaving her with only the knowledge of which of the 100 weaves she must perform next, and a growing, undefined rage at her unknown tormentors. The early tests force her to maintain a calm, deliberate pace while facing mortal danger, such as a volcanic eruption and a Trolloc attack. The absurdity of these constraints wears on her, but the true breaking point arrives in a vision of her home, the Two Rivers. Here, she witnesses friends and loved ones, including Perrin, being slaughtered by monstrous shadow spawn. Faced with this horror, her core identity as a protector overwhelms the test's arbitrary rules. She breaks into a run and channels the One Power before reaching the marker, using her abilities to defend her people. This act of defiance signifies her refusal to place institutional procedure above human life. The final and most devastating trial takes place in the blighted ruins of Malkia, the homeland of her husband, Lan. She is physically and emotionally shattered from the preceding 99 ordeals when she sees Lan himself surrounded and attacked by a pack of deadly darkhounds. A flicker of memory returns, and she understands this is a test, but the emotional reality of his peril is absolute. Casting aside all restraint, Nynaeve unleashes the forbidden weave of balefire to save him, an act of such power that it destabilizes the very fabric of the ter'angreal. Her choice is clear and final. She will risk destroying the test, the Tower's precious artifact, and herself to protect him. Together, they escape through the final portal. Nynaeve collapses out of the ter'angreal, her body bearing the real, physical wounds of her illusory trials. The sitters are divided. Some, like Barasine of the Red Arja, declare she has failed for her lack of decorum and for breaking the rules. Nynaeve, however, defends her actions, arguing that she behaved as a true Aes Sedai should by prioritizing the saving of lives over blind obedience. In a private moment, Egwene reveals that Nynaeve's deep experience with the world of dreams gave her the unique ability to subvert the test's limitations, suggesting she was already beyond its scope. It is here Nynaeve has her ultimate epiphany. She would choose Lan over the White Tower every time, realizing her identity is not defined by a title, but by her love and commitments. The sitter's final judgment comes down to a tied vote, broken by Seren of the Brown Aja, who narrowly passes her. Having secured her place, Nynaeve immediately uses her new authority. Delaying the traditional night of contemplation, she travels to the camp of Aes Sedai station near the Black Tower. There, she confronts Myrelle, the Green Sister, who holds Lan's warder bond. Invoking her equal standing, and more pointedly, her freedom from the three oaths for one final night, Nynaeve demands the bond be transferred. Myrelle complies, and the chapter concludes with Nynaeve feeling the beautiful, wonderful awareness of Lan's presence blossom within her mind, a profound confirmation that he is alive and at last truly hers. Chapter 21. An Unlocked Door. The chapter opens within Perrin Aybara's crowded meeting pavilion, where a critical strategic briefing is underway. The Aes Sedai Sionid delivers a consolidated report on the state of the world, painting a picture of widespread turmoil. She confirms that Cairhien remains in political disarray without a ruler on the Sun throne. More significantly, she reports that Elaine Trakand has finally secured her own throne in Andor, a piece of news that Perrin hopes will bring some relief to Rand al'Thor. The discussion then turns to the Lord Dragon himself. Intelligence strongly suggests that Rand is in Arad Doman, preparing for a major confrontation with the invading Shonchan forces. The Isle Wise Ones confirm that Rand did indeed send their warriors to that troubled nation, setting the stage for a monumental and bloody conflict. This prospect deeply disturbs Perrin, who fears a magical cataclysm on a scale even greater than Dumai's Wells. The tension escalates when the Wise One Adara issues a chilling ultimatum regarding the Shonchan. She declares that if the invaders do not release the Ael Wise Ones they hold captive within a year and a day, the Ael will initiate a blood feud that not even the Dragon Reborn can prevent. This pronouncement casts a dark shadow over any potential alliance against the Shadow. During this intense discussion, Perrin finds his mind continually drifting, pulled back to his training in the Wolf Dream, and he internally castigates himself for his lack of focus and his perceived failures as a leader. The meeting is abruptly and dramatically interrupted when Perrin mentions that the Forsaken Ravin, disguised as the nobleman Gabriel, had controlled Andor and murdered the Queen. At these words, a serving woman named Maegdin drops her tray with a crash, her face a mask of shock and horror. Her intense, almost accusatory questioning about the certainty of this information startles everyone present, leaving a lingering sense of mystery and unease long after she flees the pavilion. Following the meeting's conclusion, Perrin is approached by his secretary, Balwa. The enigmatic man provides further intelligence, including the circulation of sketched wanted posters for Perrin and Mat Cawthon in Cairhien, complete with large bounties on their heads, signaling a direct threat from the Shadow. Far to the north, the narrative shifts to the great captain Rodel Ituralde, who is commanding a desperate fighting retreat against an overwhelming horde of Trollocs. His carefully planned defensive strategy, relying on a rotating wall of pikemen to hold back the tide of shadow spawn, is shattered by a single act of human desperation. One of his lieutenants, driven mad by the pressures of endless battle, leads a suicidal charge that breaks the disciplined Damani line. This single breach cascades into a full-scale disaster. A mistaken call for retreat sounds across the field, throwing the army into chaos and allowing the Trollocs and their Murdrol leaders to swarm the broken formations. Ituralde fights valiantly in the heart of the chaos, but he is eventually unhorsed, his leg broken, and finds himself facing certain death at the hands of a Fade. In this moment of utter defeat, salvation arrives from an impossible source. The gates of the city of Maradon swing open. A massive force of Saldaean cavalry charges onto the field, rescuing Iturralde and the tattered remnants of his army. However, the relief is tainted by a grim revelation from the rescue force's commander, who informs Iturralde that his act of opening the gates was a betrayal of his orders that will almost certainly cost him his life. The chapter's final section centers on Morgus Trakand, who is revealed to be the serving woman Maigdin. Shattered by the revelation that Lord Gabriel was in fact the forsaken Ravin, she seeks solitude near a quiet pool. There, she is confronted by Martin Talonvor, who, heartbroken and bitter, announces his intention to leave and join an army in Tyr, believing she is still emotionally bound to Gabriel's memory. This confrontation forces Morgus to reveal the horrifying truth. She explains that she was not in love with Gabriel, but was a victim of compulsion, a forbidden weave of the one power that Ravin used to erase her will and control her mind and body. This confession reframes her entire past, transforming her from a foolish queen into a survivor of profound violation. The raw honesty of her admission stops Talonvor from leaving and fundamentally alters their relationship as she asks him to stay, offering him a fragile, painful sliver of hope for the first time. Chapter 22. The End of a Legend. The chapter opens with Gawain Trakand wandering the grounds of the White Tower under the cover of darkness. The night acts as a forgiving veil, concealing the architectural wounds inflicted upon the structure and blurring the lines between beauty and ruin. Gawain, dressed in a uniform of red and gold that signifies no particular loyalty, feels a kinship with this ambiguity as he himself drifts without a clear allegiance. His steps unconsciously lead him toward the path to Egwene's chambers, a habit born from a week of guarding her door, but he forces himself to turn away. He is agitated and unable to sleep, feeling suffocated by his barracks. His walk is interrupted by an encounter with some of his former soldiers, the younglings, who are dicing with tower guardsmen. One of them, Shalak, confesses to Gawain that many of them no longer aspire to become warders. Their experiences in actual warfare have reshaped their desires. They now identify as soldiers and wish to remain so, rather than dedicating their lives to the solitary protection of a single Aes Sedai. Displaying a sense of responsibility and leadership that still lingers, Gawain understands their position and promises to speak to the captain of the Tower Guard on their behalf, hoping to secure them a place as a formal division. Still seeking direction for himself, Gawain visits the rooms of General Gareth Bryne. The general's quarters are a testament to the imminent threat of the last battle, with walls covered in maps marked with strategic notations for the coming war against the Shadow. Gawain explains his predicament. Egwene has forbidden him from protecting her, despite the clear danger of a killer within the tower. Bryne offers little sympathy, instead providing a sharp and insightful analysis of Gawain's character. He points out that Gawain's previous attempts to help have been impulsive and disruptive. Bryne contrasts Gawain's passion-driven actions with the calculated morality of his brother, Galad. The general's core advice is for Gawain to discover his own identity, independent of Egwene, to build a life for himself rather than making her his sole purpose. Their conversation is cut short by the arrival of Siwan Sanche, who adds her own stern disapproval of Gawain's recent behavior, effectively chasing him from the room. Feeling more lost than ever, Gawain once again finds himself drawn to the corridors near Egwene's chambers. This time, his attention is caught by a patch of shadow that seems to defy perception, a darkness his eyes cannot properly focus upon. From this unnatural gloom, a cloaked figure launches a sudden and vicious attack. A fight ensues, but the assassin is unnaturally swift and employs sword techniques Gawain has never seen. He struggles to keep up, his vision swimming when he tries to focus on his opponent. After Gawain shouts an alarm, the assassin, seemingly frustrated by the prolonged fight, disengages and flees into the maze of hallways. Fearing the assassin may have come from Egwene's room, Gawain ignores all caution and bursts through her unlocked door to save her. He is immediately neutralized by an invisible force of the One Power, which hoists him into the air, disarmed and gagged. Egwene then emerges from her bedroom, fully dressed and visibly furious, revealing that the entire event was a consequence of him blundering into her own powerful defences. The narrative then shifts to Matrim Cawthon, who sits disguised in a low Caemlyn tavern. Feeling vulnerable without his protective medallion, which is still with Elaine, he is forced to listen to the wildly exaggerated legends spreading about him, the so-called Prince of Ravens. This unwanted fame is becoming a heavy burden. He meets with Tom Merrilin and Noel Charin to finalize their desperate plan to rescue Moiraine from the Tower of Genjay. They review their preparations, which are based on old rhymes and warnings, iron weapons to bind the creatures, musical instruments to dazzle them, and a variety of fireworks and explosives from Eludra to serve as blinding fire. Mat forcefully argues against Tom's suggestion of attempting to bargain with the Aelfin and Ylfin. He is convinced the creatures are manipulative predators who have foreseen their arrival and, in fact, want them to enter. He insists their only path is to go in fighting, with no deals or trades. After the meeting, Mat walks through the chaotic, expanding city. The atmosphere is thick with tension, and his paranoia is heightened by the absence of his medallion and the constant fear of the golem. As he walks, he has a crucial epiphany. It was Birgitta Silverbow who told Olva the story of how to enter the tower. She must hold the key to understanding it. He heads toward the palace, but the streets become unnaturally deserted, amplifying his anxiety. In a dark alley, he stumbles upon a group of 4 thugs robbing a man. Feeling a strange sense of relief at this mundane threat, he quickly and efficiently incapacitates the attackers. However, when he turns to the rescued victim, the man recognizes him and lunges with a dagger. It was an ambush. Reacting on pure instinct, Mat kills his would-be assassin with 2 perfectly thrown knives, one to each eye. Searching the body, he finds a sketch of his own face and a handful of gold coins, proof that his fame has now placed a bounty on his head. The final section follows Birgitta, who is enduring a dreadfully boring play while standing guard over Queen Elaine. She reflects on her countless past lives and the unique, disorienting nature of her current existence as a warder. A deep sorrow washes over her as she feels her ancient memories, particularly those of her eternal companion, Gaidal Cain, slowly fading away. This loss terrifies her more than any battle. Her thoughts are interrupted when a guard reports that an intruder has been caught trying to sneak onto the palace grounds. Seeking an escape from the play, Birgitta goes to investigate. The intruder, of course, is Mat, who intentionally let himself be caught just to speak with her. She takes him to a nearby tavern, where he reveals his plan to enter the Tower of Genjay. Birgitta is horrified and warns him to abandon the idea, explaining that entering through the tower itself bypasses the protective treaties, allowing the creatures to be lethally violent. Mat demonstrates his extraordinary luck by having 24 tossed coins all land heads up, arguing that the impossible odds are in his favour. Resigned, Birgitta shares the tragic story of one of her own past lives. As a hero named Jathari Moondancer, she entered the tower with a gravely wounded Gaidal, hoping the Ylfin could heal him. She explains that the creatures feed on emotion, and their realm is a confusing, inescapable labyrinth. Her plan to navigate with a trail of iron dust failed. The story, she reveals, is not one of triumph. It is the end of a legend. She and Gaidal were cornered and killed. They never made it out. Mat is shaken, but remains resolute. Just as their conversation concludes, Birgitte feels a sudden, violent surge of pain, anger, and terror through her warder bond with Elaine. She realizes the Queen is in grave danger, and she and Mat rush from the tavern back toward the palace. Chapter 23. Foxheads. The chapter opens with Elaine Trakand attending a theatrical performance she finds rather tedious. Her mind is not on the stage, but on the intricate foxhead medallion she holds. This object, a powerful terre angriel, is the focus of her current study. She is attempting to create a duplicate, but her efforts have been met with frustratingly limited success. She has managed to fashion a copy that can deflect weaker weaves of the One Power, but it possesses a critical and dangerous flaw. Unlike the original, her replica completely severs anyone touching it from the true source. This makes it useless for her, and she briefly entertains and then dismisses the dishonorable thought of giving this flawed copy back to its owner, Matt Cawthon. Her need for a working replica is made more urgent by the known presence of a golem, a creature against which the medallion is the only sure defense. The evening is also a stage for a subtle political game. Elaine has invited the recalcitrant High Seat Elorian, a powerful noble who opposes her claim to the throne. Instead of confronting her directly, Elaine ignores her for most of the evening, a calculated move designed to make Elorian confront her own expectations. When finally challenged, Elaine speaks of shared memories and friendship, a soft diplomatic maneuver intended to remind Elorian of the long-standing alliance between their houses before it was poisoned by the influence of the Forsaken. Seizing an opportunity presented by the absence of her warder, Birgitta, who has gone off with Matt, Elaine decides to enact a dangerous plan. She uses the One Power to create a terrifying disguise for herself, appearing as a tall, shadowy figure of immense power, meant to impersonate one of the Forsaken. Her target is Chesmal, one of the captured Black Aja sisters held in the palace dungeons. The ruse works perfectly. Terrified, Chesmal reveals vital intelligence, confessing that dark friends are hunting Matrim Cawthon within Camelin itself, and more alarmingly, that they are involved in a planned invasion of Andor, an operation with a rapidly approaching deadline. The interrogation is violently interrupted when Sylvais's secretary, revealed to be a dark friend, arrives with 2 other Black Aja sisters to free Chesmal. A chaotic battle erupts within the confines of the cell. Elaine, protected by the genuine medallion, manages to defend herself and shield her attackers. In the struggle, the medallion is torn from her grasp, leaving her vulnerable. The fight escalates, and Elaine is forced to use her full power, eventually recovering the precious Angreal. However, just as she believes the situation is under control, she is ambushed by another secret dark friend, Doylin Mella. He stabs her in the side and takes the medallion. Now wounded and shielded from the source by the freed Chesmal, Elaine faces certain death. In a moment of cold calculation, Mella, who claims Elaine was promised to him as a prize, orders Chesmal to heal her. As the healing flows into her, Elaine executes a desperate gambit. She retrieves the flawed copy of the medallion from her pocket and thrusts it at Chesmal. The Black Sister instinctively grabs it and is immediately cut off from the power. Freed from her shield, Elaine retaliates with deadly force, setting Chesmal ablaze. Mella, however, now holds the genuine medallion and is immune to her weaves. After murdering the other captive Black Aja sisters, he confronts Elaine. With her remaining strength, Elaine brings a section of the stone ceiling crashing down, forcing Mella to flee. He escapes with the fake medallion, unknowingly leaving the true one behind in the rubble for Elaine to recover. Birgitta and Matt arrive moments later to a scene of carnage, finding Elaine wounded, exhausted, but alive, clutching the real medallion and terrified for the safety of her unborn children. The narrative then shifts to Tar Valon, where Gawain Trakand faces an enraged Egwene Alvere. She furiously admonishes him for disobeying her orders and interfering with her trap for the Forsaken Messana, claiming his ill-timed attempt at protection has warned her enemies and potentially cost lives. Feeling his intentions have been twisted into an accusation of incompetence, Gawain argues back, concluding that Egwene does not truly want a warder's protection. In the heat of the moment, she agrees, effectively ending their relationship and his service to her. Heartbroken and angry, Gawain decides to leave Tar Valon. He arranges for the loyal men who followed him to be integrated into the Tower Guard and then departs for Camelin, intent on finding his sister, Elaine. The final section of the chapter follows Lan Mandragoran on his lonely journey toward the Blight. His solitude, however, is being steadily eroded. He is reluctantly leading a small band of men who have insisted on following him. His deep-seated resistance to his own destiny is palpable when he chastises one of them for carrying the golden crane banner of Malkia. His attempt to remain a solitary figure is shattered when he discovers that his followers have summoned reinforcements. He is suddenly confronted with a full-fledged caravan of wagons, supplies, warhorses, and dozens of new recruits, including merchants and veteran Shienaran soldiers, all dedicated to his cause. Overwhelmed and recognizing that a stealthy approach is no longer possible, Lan resigns himself to his fate. He begins to organize the growing force, accepting, against every instinct, the mantle of leadership that is being thrust upon him. Chapter 24. To make a stand. The chapter opens with Queen Elaine being sternly examined by her midwife, Melfane. Following the violent ordeal in the dungeons, Melfane uses a wooden listening tube to check on Elaine and her unborn children. She delivers an unequivocal command. Elaine is sentenced to 1 full week of complete bed rest. Elaine, stunned and frustrated, protests that her duties as queen make such confinement impossible. Melfane, however, remains unyielding, calmly asserting her authority as the queen's midwife. She makes it clear that the entire palace staff, from guards to servants, would enforce her decision to protect the health of Elaine and the royal heirs, effectively leaving the queen with no choice but to submit. Her warder, Birgitta, stands by, her expression conveying a grim satisfaction with the midwife's orders. Once they are alone, Birgitta confronts Elaine, her lingering anger boiling over. She admonishes Elaine for her profound recklessness in facing the Black Arja alone, comparing her to a glory-seeking fool on a battlefield charging ahead without support. Birgitta's frustration stems from a feeling of being rendered useless. She questions why Elaine made her a warder if she refuses to allow herself to be protected. Chastened by the raw hurt and anger in her friend's voice, Elaine admits that perhaps the viewing she relied on was not a perfect guarantee of safety and promises to be more cautious in the future. Their conversation is interrupted by Mat Carthan, who is then informed by Elaine that the Black Ager had been actively plotting his assassination. The discussion turns to the night's fallout. 3 dark friends are dead, but their leader Cheyenne, along with 2 others, and the treacherous former guardsman Mella, have all escaped. While Matt views the outcome as a net positive, Elaine is deeply dissatisfied. She is burdened by the secret knowledge that an invasion of Andor is imminent, and that the escaped Black Ager now possess a copy of Matt's powerful anti-channeling medallion. She returns the original to a relieved Matt, who then begins to ask her a question about the golem. The narrative then shifts to the besieged city of Maradon in Saldea, where General Rodel Iturralde arrives with the remnants of his army. He is guided by the Saldean officer, Yoeli, who saved his forces. The city is nearly empty of civilians and simmering with internal conflict, as evidenced by the black and yellow traitors' banners worn by Yoeli's men. Yoeli staged a coup against the city's appointed governor to rescue Iturralde, an act that has fractured the city's defenders. Iturralde, now healed by an Ashaman, is led to confront this governor, Lord Vram Torqueman. Vram proves to be arrogant and willfully ignorant, accusing Iturralde of invasion and dismissing the massive Trolloc army as a routine nuisance. He scoffs at the Dragon Reborn and threatens both Iturralde and Yoeli with execution for treason. Disgusted by a Borderlander lord who would refuse to fight Shadowspawn, Iturralde flatly accuses him of being a dark friend. After the tense meeting, Yoeli confides in Iturralde that he is unsure whether Vram is a servant of the Shadow or merely a monumental fool. More disturbingly, Yoeli reveals his unshakable intention to demand his own execution for treason once Queen Tenobia returns. Despite having saved the city and Iturralde's army, he is bound by his broken oaths and believes death is the only honorable path. Iturralde argues that his actions will be celebrated and urges him to swear new oaths to the Dragon Reborn. But Yoeli refuses to hide behind what he sees as excuses. Resolved, Iturralde realizes he cannot abandon this honorable, doomed man and his soldiers. He decides that this desperate city is as good a place as any to make his stand. The final section follows Perrin Ibarra, who informs Fele that the White Cloaks have chosen a battlefield, forcing him into a conflict that will cost the lives of men needed for the last battle. Later, he enters the wolf dream for training with the wolf hopper. During a chase, Perrin discovers he can only achieve true speed by fully giving himself over to his wolf form, a state Hopper warns is dangerous. This leads Perrin to a profound epiphany. His violent, intense nature is not a product of his connection to the wolves. Instead, he is a wolf brother precisely because that nature was already a part of him. The true struggle is not to control the wolves, but to control himself. Hopper begins teaching Perrin a new skill, how to travel instantly within the dream by sensing a location's unique scent signature and shifting his consciousness there. Their lesson is brutally cut short when Slayer, the deadly assassin of the wolf dream, murders one of their pack. When a wolf dies in the dream, its spirit is extinguished forever. Ignoring Hopper's desperate warnings, Perrin uses his new skill to track Slayer and confronts him. The fight is brief and terrifying. Slayer demonstrates immense strength and a masterful ability to manipulate the dream's reality, nearly killing Perrin before he manages to escape. Awakening, a disturbed Perrin seeks solace in the physical act of chopping wood. He reflects on his newfound self-awareness, accepting that his focused, sometimes obsessive nature must be balanced. He is joined by Elias Makera, another wolf brother, who confirms the danger of the wolf dream and speaks of his own journey to find balance. Bolstered by this conversation and his own breakthrough, Perrin finally accepts the full weight of his leadership. He instructs Elias to inform his commanders that they will march to meet the White Cloaks the next day. He has made the Lord's decision, accepting a duty that sickens him, but which he can no longer evade. Chapter 25. Return to Bandar Eban. The chapter begins with the unannounced arrival of Rand al-Thor and Min Farshaw in the heart of a decaying Bandar Eban. Stepping through a gateway into a foul-smelling alley, they are met by the grim reality of the city's collapse. The sky itself seems to react to Rand's presence, with the oppressive cloud cover breaking to allow sunlight through, a symbolic gesture of the change he represents. The city they enter is a scene of utter despair, its streets and boardwalks choked with starving and sickly refugees. The squalor and desperation are overwhelming, a stark contrast to the once proud Domani capital. This sight triggers a profound and crushing guilt within Rand. He confesses to Min that he views his own leadership as a catastrophic failure, especially when he compares the state of his abandoned city to the well-ordered, Shonchan-controlled Ebu Dar. He admits that he cast Bandar Eban aside when it failed to be a useful tool for his war, forgetting the human cost of his strategic coldness. This moment marks a critical point in his character development, as he fully confronts the consequences of the detached, hardened persona he had adopted. Min, serving as his emotional anchor, attempts to comfort him, but truly turns the tide with her prophetic visions. First, she sees a powerful image of Rand as a champion of light, restoring the land and redeeming symbols of darkness like the dragon's fang. More astonishingly, she then experiences a mass viewing, seeing a future destiny hovering above every single refugee in the crowd. She identifies a future general, a future Aes Sedai, and heroes among the most wretched, revealing that the potential for greatness exists within everyone. Bolstered by this profound display of hope, Rand shifts from despair to decisive action. He begins the city's restoration by finding Durnham, a disgraced former captain, and immediately reinvesting him with purpose and command. Crucially, Rand orders supplies but forbids outside soldiers from entering the city, demonstrating a new philosophy of empowering the local people to save themselves. The scene at the blockaded docks further showcases his changed approach. After effortlessly dismantling the barrier, he is confronted by the dockmaster, Iralin, whose justifiable anger reveals the struggle of those left behind. The climax of the chapter occurs aboard a seafolk vessel, where Rand addresses the problem of the spoiled grain. In what appears to be a miracle, he reveals that despite all evidence to the contrary, the vast majority of the food supply is perfectly preserved. He presents this not as an act of divine power, but as a simple matter of improbable luck, a subtle use of his Tavaran influence to restore hope. He rapidly establishes a new leadership structure with Irulan and Durnham in charge, providing the tools and the spark for the city to rebuild itself before his intended departure in a day or two. Chapter 26. The chapter begins with Perrin Aybara at the head of his substantial army, riding out to meet the forces of the Children of the Light. A deep sense of foreboding hangs over him, stemming not only from the distasteful prospect of fighting men who should be allies against the coming darkness, but also from a peculiar musty scent that permeates the air. His unease is amplified when his two attendant Ashermen, Grady and Neild, inform him that their ability to weave gateways for travelling has become alarmingly inconsistent, having failed them twice already. This revelation strips away a critical strategic advantage and deepens the feeling that the pattern itself is fraying. As his army advances toward the pristine white lines of the enemy, Perrin experiences a pivotal moment of introspection. He reflects on the fundamental difference between his old weapon, the axe, a tool designed solely for slaughter, and his new one, the blacksmith's hammer. He grasps that the hammer is an instrument of choice, capable of both creation and destruction. This epiphany strengthens his determination to prevent the impending battle. Rather than initiating combat, Perrin orchestrates a stunning demonstration of force designed to intimidate and compel diplomacy. He instructs the Wise Ones and the Ashaman to unleash the One Power, violently carving a wide trench into the ground before the White Cloak vanguard. Following this, his two Rivers archers loose a great volley, and hundreds of arrows plunge into the fresh earthworks, creating a deadly warning of what a charge would entail. With this terrifying spectacle as his opening statement, Perrin has his voice magically magnified to thunder across the field, formally requesting a parley with the Lord Captain Commander, Galad Damodred. Shaken by the display and now questioning the wisdom of a direct assault, Galad agrees to the meeting, overriding the furious objections of his fanatical officers, Bornhald and Bayer. The negotiation that follows is fraught with tension. Galad is immediately captivated by the stunning beauty of Berelin of Mayenne, who stands with Perrin, Fail, and Queen Aleandra. However, the talks stall when Perrin frankly admits to killing two White Cloaks in the past. He frames it as an act of self-defense after they murdered his wolf companion. But to Galad, this is a clear confession to murder and an admission of consorting with creatures of the shadow, making a violent resolution seem unavoidable. Just as the parley is about to collapse, the entire situation is irrevocably changed by a startling revelation. Galad recognizes a serving woman as his stepmother, Morgus Trakand, the former queen of Andor, long believed to be dead. Amid the shock and confusion that ripples through the tent, Perrin seizes the opportunity. He proposes a brilliant solution to their impasse. Morgus, a renowned and just ruler, will serve as an impartial judge in a formal trial to rule on the matter of the killings. After a moment of disbelief, Galad accepts the proposal, trusting in his mother's fairness to deliver true justice. The chapter concludes with the immediate threat of battle averted, as both sides agree to stand down and convene a trial in 3 days, turning a field of war into a court of judgment. Chapter 27. A Call to Stand. The chapter commences with Egwene, the Amirlin's seat, deep in the work of statecraft. She analyzes a letter from King Darlin of Tyr, who expresses a cautious willingness to question Rand al'Thor's plan to break the seals on the Dark One's prison. Darlin affirms his loyalty to the Dragon Reborn, but reveals his deep-seated fear of the Shonchan threat, making him hesitant to commit his full military strength. In a masterful display of diplomacy, Egwene composes a reply that acknowledges his valid concerns while firmly reminding him of the greater existential threat. She strategically offers a promise of magical gateways for his army's instant return, a powerful incentive designed to bind his forces to her cause for the last battle. This diplomatic maneuvering is interrupted by dire news. The war against the Shadow has begun in earnest, with Trolloc armies swarming across the northern borderlands. Almost immediately after, Egwene is alerted to a clandestine meeting of the Hall of the Tower. Recognizing this as a power play to undermine her authority, she confronts the sitters. The assembly, led by rivals Ramanda and Lelaine, attempts to strip her of military command. Egwene brilliantly turns their own scheme against them, feigning reluctance before agreeing to cede control of the army in exchange for sole authority over all dealings with the world's monarchs. The sitters, blind to the trap, grant her this power, unwittingly giving her exclusive dominion over the Dragon Reborn himself. Having secured this victory, Egwene presses her advantage, forcing the shamed hall to pass new laws that eliminate the possibility of future secret meetings, thus consolidating her power and unifying the tower. The chapter concludes with Egwene setting a trap for the hidden Black Ager assassins within the world of dreams and learning, to her immense frustration that Gawain has once again left her side. Chapter 28. Oddities. The chapter opens in the immediate aftermath of Perrin and Fael's tense negotiation with the White Cloaks. Back in their tent, Fael questions her husband's unexpected and audacious plan. Perrin, however, is distracted by a deeper unease. He speaks of a strangeness he can smell on the wind, a scent entirely alien to him. Far more disturbing is a profound silence where there should be life. He can no longer sense the presence of any wolves in the surrounding area. A complete and unnatural absence, he suspects, is connected to the ominous, discolored sky. Driven by this sense of wrongness, he announces his intention to enter the wolf dream, Tel'aran'rhiod, to seek answers before he must face the White Cloak's trial. Fael expresses her own anxieties, which are twofold. She is deeply concerned about the trial itself, but she also harbors a lingering anger toward Maedyn, who they now know is Morghast, the Queen of Andor. Fael feels that Morghast's deception made her look like a provincial fool. Perrin defends the Queen's actions, reasoning that she was fleeing one of the Forsaken and had every right to conceal her identity for her own safety. His newfound confidence in standing up to Fael's anger is something she privately finds appealing. He further explains his own strategy regarding the trial, clarifying that it is not an act of submission, but a calculated move to buy more time, to create an opportunity to state his case and to potentially avoid a massacre. Fael accepts his reasoning, though she makes a mental note of the palpable connection she witnessed between Berylin and the White Cloak captain Galad Damodred, seeing it as a potential leverage point for the future. As Perrin quickly falls asleep, he is drawn into the world of dreams. He materializes in Tel'aran'rhiod, with his back against a massive and seamless tower of steel that radiates an unnatural energy. The Wolfhopper appears, chiding him for being drawn to such an evil place. Perrin realizes his subconscious connection to Mat may have pulled him there. Hopper then leads him to a reappearance of a strange phenomenon, an enormous, translucent dome of violet-tinged glass that stretches for leagues, cutting across the landscape. Hopper communicates that this is a relic from the Age of Legends. Within this dome, Perrin senses a pack of wolves, including his acquaintances Oak Dancer and Sparks, who are trapped and being hunted by the malevolent figure known as Slayer. Perrin discovers the dome is a unique kind of barrier. It prevents travel into it by sheer force of will, and physical contact with its surface drains all strength from his body. Hopper demonstrates that it is possible to pass through by maintaining an unshakable sense of one's own identity. Perrin, in his characteristic impatience, simply uses his momentum from a full-speed charge to crash through to the other side. Inside, they find a grim scene. One wolf, Whisperer, is already dead, and Sparks is wounded by one of Slayer's arrows. A desperate rescue ensues, with Perrin carrying the injured wolf while Hopper and the others create a diversion. Slayer appears and attacks, but Perrin uses his ability to travel within the dream to instantly shift himself and Sparks back to their entry point, hurling them both through the barrier to the safety of Dragon Mount's slopes. Though furious and eager for confrontation, Perrin heeds Hopper's counsel that he is not yet ready to face Slayer. He agrees to begin nightly training, recognizing that the dome and the wrongness he smells in the waking world are almost certainly connected. The narrative then shifts to the besieged city of Maradon, where the great captain Rodel Iturralde is plagued by oppressive heat, the constant, maddening drumming of the Trolloc army, and his own exhaustion. He feels old and is unsettled by the fact that he is fighting this desperate battle for the Dragon Reborn based on little more than a gut feeling. His chief Ashaman, Deepy, confirms his fears by sensing at least 6 male channelers among the Shadow Spawn, who are weaving something immensely powerful. Moments later, their power is unleashed in a catastrophic explosion that obliterates a huge section of the city wall. Iturralde is wounded and Deepa is crippled, his leg lost in the blast. As chaos engulfs the city and Trollocs begin to pour through the breach, Iturralde is given a dangerous form of healing that restores his immediate alertness at the cost of deeper exhaustion to come. His initial command is to organize a full retreat, seeing the situation as hopeless. However, the local Saldean commander, Captain Yoeli, begs him to stay, pointing to a distant watchfire that signals the potential arrival of aid. Yoeli challenges Iturralde to show him the meaning of his title as a great captain. Spurred by this plea, Iturralde devises a brilliant and desperate gambit. He orders his remaining Ashaman to hold the breach in a spectacular, final-looking defense, and then to suddenly vanish, leaving the way into the city completely undefended. He masterfully stages a scene of total collapse, using wounded soldiers as panicked bait to lure the overconfident Trolloc horde deep into the city along a specific prearranged avenue. As the Shadow Spawn flood in, expecting an easy slaughter, the trap is sprung. Archers appear from hidden positions in the surrounding buildings, and Saldean cavalry charge through the streets, turning the avenue into an enormous ambush that decimates the invading force. After the successful slaughter, Iturralde rejects the idea of re-securing the wall. Instead, he plans to continue the fight with guerrilla tactics, using the Trollocs' newfound fear and caution to buy the time they so desperately need. The chapter concludes with Iturralde's chilling private reflection. His most trusted rule is to always follow his instincts, and his instincts are screaming that remaining in the city was a fatal error. Chapter 29. A Dreadful Premonition. The chapter opens with Fael, Berelin, and Alejandra walking through Perrin's ever-expanding war camp a mere 2 days before his scheduled trial. Fela is contemplative, observing the strange southern fingerroot trees and thinking about her husband's motivations. She understands that Perrin has deliberately delayed the trial to give his Ashaman time to solve the mysterious failure of their gateways. Berelin, meanwhile, is unusually distracted and persistently suggests that she be sent as an envoy to the White Cloak camp to plead Perrin's case, an idea Fela repeatedly shuts down, knowing Perrin's mind is set. Their conversation turns to the recent revelation of Morgus Trakan's identity. Alejandra expresses a sense of betrayal, feeling that her friend Maidin deceived them, while Fela wrestles with her own anger, realizing it stems not from the deception itself, but from the fact that this legendary queen will now sit in judgment of Perrin. Fael fears Morgus will see Perrin as a political rival rather than an ally. This tension is briefly interrupted by a discussion of the White Cloak's new Lord Captain Commander, Galad Damodred, whose striking appearance has clearly captivated both Berelin and Alejandra, a development Fael finds deeply unsettling. This fragile piece is violently shattered by the manifestation of a bubble of evil. Without warning, every weapon in the camp animates, turning on its wielder. Fael barely dodges her own knife, and she witnesses Berelin struggling with a dagger that ripped itself from a hidden sheath. The entire camp descends into chaos as thousands of soldiers and refugees are attacked by their own swords, spears, and daggers. In the midst of the pandemonium, a crucial discovery is made. After the Ale maiden Sulin manages to break Fael's knife on a rock, she is menaced by her own spears. Fael, acting on a desperate impulse, throws a handful of dirt at a flying weapon, causing it to fall inertly to the ground. This simple act provides the key to survival. They quickly realize that contact with the earth neutralizes the malevolent magic. Fael and the maidens immediately begin spreading the word, directing the terrified soldiers to use soil and dirt to defend themselves and quell the possessed armaments. The narrative then shifts to the White Cloak camp, where Morghese is in a deep conversation with her stepson, Galad. He is grappling with the morality of his actions, admitting that his accusation against the former Lord Captain Commander Valda was partially false, yet he feels no remorse for killing the man who tormented his mother. Morghese attempts to introduce shades of grey into Galad's rigidly black and white worldview. She tells him the story of Tam Felmley, an innocent man she once condemned to hang, a mistake that has haunted her ever since. She uses this painful memory to argue that good people can make terrible errors, and that justice is not always as simple as punishment. Her counsel is interrupted by a messenger from Perrin's camp, who reports a disturbance and requests a postponement of the trial. Influenced by his mother's words, Galad, rather than dismissing it as a trick, agrees to consider the request, a small but significant crack in his inflexible ideology. Back in Perrin's camp, the immediate aftermath of the attack is grim. Thousands have been wounded, and Perrin is firm in his decision that the trial will not proceed until his people are cared for and his forces are ready, regardless of the White Cloak's response. His focus is entirely on the welfare of his followers. During this assessment, he is met by Tam al'Thor, who brings startling news. Tam announces he must leave the camp immediately on a secret and urgent mission concerning Rand. Bound by an oath to Aes Sedai, he can offer no further details, only a heartfelt and proud farewell to Perrin, promising to see him again at the last battle. This sudden departure adds another layer of mystery and urgency, connecting Perrin's localized conflict to the larger, world-spanning events surrounding the Dragon Reborn. The chapter's final section makes a dramatic shift to Kemlin, where Queen Elaine, confined to bed rest due to her pregnancy, has cleverly arranged to be carried on a litter to the city walls. She is determined to witness the demonstration of a new type of weapon developed by the Illuminator, Aludra. Atop a tower, Elaine observes as a second device, nicknamed a dragon, is prepared on an adjacent tower. The weapon is a long bronze tube that is loaded with a special powder and a solid iron sphere. When fired, the resulting explosion is thunderously loud and astoundingly destructive, far exceeding the power of any catapult or trebuchet. The first shot misses its target of training dummies, but carves a massive crater in a distant hillside. The second shot is a direct hit, obliterating a cluster of the dummies with terrifying force. Elaine immediately grasps the immense strategic value of these weapons, which can be reloaded in minutes, and she moves to secure the technology exclusively for Andor. However, the chapter concludes not with her triumph, but with the somber reaction of her warder, Birgitte. A veteran of countless ages and battles, Birgitte looks upon the devastation with a dreadful premonition, stating that the world has just changed in a fundamental way, and that this is only the beginning of a terrible new era of warfare. Chapter 30. Men Dream. Here. The chapter opens in the deep of night, focusing on Fael's clandestine efforts to safeguard her husband, Perrin, who is lost to the wolf dream in preparation for his impending trial. While Perrin sleeps, Fael is awake and active, taking decisive action. Accompanied by her loyal companions Lasil and Selund, she inspects the camp's horse lines, receiving a report from Lasil about her infiltration of the White Cloak camp. Lasil reveals a crucial piece of intelligence. While the White Cloaks are generally respectful of their new commander, Galad Damodred, they are deeply unsettled by his radical proposition to ally with their sworn enemies, the Aes Sedai, for the last battle. Fael astutely interprets this not as a weakness, but as a sign of Galad's own rationality, a vulnerability she might exploit. Fael's secret preparations go further. She meets with Daniel Lewin, the acting leader of the Two Rivers Men, to confirm the details of an extraction plan she has orchestrated without Perrin's knowledge. Should the trial turn against him, the Ashaman Grady and Neild are poised to seize Perrin with the One Power and spirit him to safety, while Two Rivers archers create a diversion. This plan underscores Fail's pragmatic and protective nature, as she is willing to deceive her own husband to prevent his pride from leading him to a summary execution. The narrative then shifts dramatically to Perrin's perspective within the wolf dream, Tel Aran Hayod. Here, he is not a passive man awaiting a trial, but an active hunter known as Young Bull, engaged in intense training with the wolf hopper. This training is a journey of self-mastery, as Perrin learns to balance his human intellect with his wolf instincts. He pursues Hopper through surreal, ever-changing landscapes, a dense jungle, a vast plain, a sheer plateau, learning to impose his will upon the dream world itself. Their training escalates to combat, where Perrin learns to dispel illusions like a blinding mist, demonstrating his growing control not just over the environment, but over his own perception of reality. Hopper then introduces Perrin to a far more perilous form of training, confronting the psychic residue of human nightmares that have bled into the wolf dream. They travel to a ghostly, deserted version of the city Camelin, where Hopper leads Perrin to an alleyway that transforms into a terrifying forest of bone-like trees under a sickly moon. Here, Perrin is hunted by a monstrous, towering shadow with burning red eyes. His initial instincts to fight or flee only serve to strengthen the nightmare, feeding it with his belief in its reality. The turning point comes when a dream figure reveals the monster's identity. It is a nightmare manifestation of the dragon reborn. This knowledge, born of Perrin's connection to Rand, allows him to reject the fear and see the illusion for what it is, shattering the nightmare and proving his newfound mental fortitude. The chapter culminates in a profound and apocalyptic vision. Drawn by an inexplicable compulsion and Hopper's cryptic warnings about a great choice that will decide the fate of the last hunt, Perrin travels to Dragonmount. The mountain is engulfed in a supernatural vortex of black clouds and violent energy, a physical manifestation of a monumental event occurring in the waking world. Compelled to bear witness, Perrin ascends the peak, battling the storm with his dream-walking abilities. At the summit, he sees a translucent image of Rand, his face a mask of stone, standing at the heart of the maelstrom. A horrifying blackness, like liquid evil, begins to seep from Rand's body, threatening to consume him entirely. At the moment of absolute despair, a single tiny sliver of light emerges from within the darkness. This light grows, cracks the shell of evil, and erupts into a magnificent column of pure sunlight that vaporizes the storm. With this symbolic act of self-purification, the wolves of the dream begin to howl in triumph. Hopper declares that Rand's choice has been made, and with it, the last hunt can finally begin. Perrin, overwhelmed with relief and joy, joins their triumphant howl, fully embracing his destiny. Chapter 31. Into the Void. The chapter opens with Matt Cawthon intentionally making himself a target within a rowdy Kemlin tavern known as the Rumour Wheel. Fortifying himself with a single cup of wine for courage, he orchestrates a public spectacle designed to draw out his monstrous pursuer, the Golem. He engages in a dice game he does not know, using his uncanny luck to win and cause a stir. More importantly, he methodically reveals the key elements of his identity: his signature wide-brimmed hat, his bladed staff known as the Ashandare, and finally, the silver foxhead medallion that protects him from the One Power. This performance serves as an open invitation, ensuring word of his presence spreads through the city. Leaving the tavern, Matt walks into the night, acting as the bait in an elaborate trap. As he proceeds through the dark streets, several groups of common assassins attempt to ambush him, but these are merely the opening acts. Matt's hidden soldiers, commanded by Talmanes, emerge from the shadows each time to swiftly dispatch the attackers, clearing the field for the main event. This strategy ensures that when the Golem finally appears, the confrontation will be on Matt's terms. The creature eventually reveals itself, and the true battle commences on a wide street Matt has chosen, pre-lit by a circle of lanterns. He fights with the medallion tied to the end of his ashandere, a modification that gives him the reach needed to injure the impossibly swift monster. Fueled by a burning desire for vengeance for Queen Tylan and others the golem has murdered, Matt presses a furious assault. The creature, however, proves dangerously intelligent, turning the tables by extinguishing the lanterns to plunge them into darkness. This move forces the second phase of Matt's plan. Talmanes leads the golem on a chase toward a pre-selected building, which is then set ablaze, providing a new chaotic light source. Inside, after a desperate struggle where Matt's luck saves him more than once, he reveals his hidden advantage: 2 replica medallions. Wielding all 3 artifacts, he drives the creature down a burning hallway toward a dark, open doorway. This doorway is a gateway, held open by a kinswoman, leading not to another place, but to the endless black void of skimming. With a final push, Matt sends the golem off a platform and into the abyss, condemning it to fall forever, a fate he deems more fitting than death. In the aftermath, Matt shrewdly arranges to be paid a bounty by the crown for ridding the city of its murderer, before finally preparing to gather his companions and depart Camelin. Chapter 32, A Storm of Light. The chapter opens in the heart of a burning Maradon, where Lord Rodel Iturralde wages a desperate losing battle. With his forces depleted and exhaustion gnawing at him, Iturralde has transformed the city from a bastion to be defended into a massive trap for the invading shadow spawn. He employs brilliant guerrilla tactics, using ambushes and the city's labyrinthine streets to inflict maximum casualties. His spirit remains unbroken, but his body and his army are nearing their absolute limit. The narrative emphasizes the grim reality of his situation, where every small victory is paid for with the lives of his dwindling soldiers. Just as his group braces for another inevitable confrontation, they are met not by Trollocs, but by a disciplined army of soldiers in gleaming armor. These are the forces of Davram Bashir, sent by the Dragon Reborn. The sudden, overwhelming relief proves too much for Iturralde. The stoic general collapses into a fit of hysterical laughter and tears, his emotional armor finally shattering after weeks of relentless pressure. Iturralde is escorted to Bashir's command post, where the 2 great captains show each other formal respect. There, he learns of the heroic death of his ally Yoeli and the treacherous cowardice of the city's official leader, Lord Torquemine. However, any hope brought by the reinforcements is immediately extinguished by a horrifying discovery. A new, impossibly vast army of Trollocs is descending upon the city, rendering their position completely indefensible. The logical, strategic decision is made to evacuate Maradon and cut their losses. At this moment of ultimate despair, Rand al'Thor arrives. He is a profoundly changed man, no longer the cold, hard figure Iturralde once knew. He is filled with a quiet wisdom and a deep, sorrowful empathy. He apologizes to Iturralde for leaving him stranded and, against all military logic, refuses to abandon the city. In a display of awe-inspiring power, Rand walks out alone to confront the entire Trolloc host. He unleashes what can only be described as a storm of the one power, a symphony of destruction composed of fire, ice, and lightning that annihilates tens of thousands of shadow spawn in a matter of an hour. The display is so absolute that it cleanses the entire battlefield. The aftermath of this event reveals its profound spiritual impact. Lord Torquemine, a hidden dark friend, is found in his rooms having gouged his own eyes out, driven mad not by the sight of the battle, but by the unbearable purity of Rand's power, a terrible light his soul could not endure. The final section of the chapter shifts to the Stone of Tyr, where an utterly exhausted Rand reflects on his actions. He explains to Min and Bashir that his anger was not a loss of control, but a righteous and necessary part of himself that he must embrace to fight the shadow. It is a crucial moment of self-awareness, distinguishing this new, integrated Rand from his former, fractured self. The chapter concludes with a powerful act of healing and redemption. Rand, having learned that the White Tower had secretly abducted certain monarchs, leads Iturralde to Katsuane, who presents the living king of Arad Doman. This act not only restores a king to his general, but also lifts a heavy burden of guilt from Rand's shoulders, proving one of his supposed failures was, in fact, a victory he had not yet realized. Chapter 33. The chapter opens in the Amerlin's study, where a fragile sense of normalcy is established over bowls of surprisingly good soup. Siwan, Egwene, and a newly raised Nynaeve sit in the golden afternoon light, a brief respite from the immense pressures they all face. The conversation, however, quickly moves past the simple meal to the monumental events shaping their world. Nynaeve has just provided a detailed report of her time with Rand al'Thor, confirming the cleansing of Sidin. This news forces a shift in perspective. Siwan's long-held skepticism finally begins to yield, while Egwene pragmatically notes that a clean male source makes the controversial bonding between Ashaman and Aes Sedai slightly less horrifying. Yet, a deep current of tension runs beneath her words, a frustration that Rand did not see fit to confide in her about such a critical development. This discussion highlights the fractured and complex loyalties of the characters. Nynaeve finds herself in a familiar role, defending Rand's actions and mindset, attempting to explain his perspective, even when she doesn't fully agree with it. This protectiveness immediately clashes with Egwene's position. As the Amerlin's seat, she cannot afford to see Rand as merely a man from her village. She must hold him accountable as the leader of the Ashaman, just as she is held accountable for the Aes Sedai. The sharp exchange about who is responsible for past atrocities, the Aes Sedai who caged Rand versus the Ashaman who bonded sisters against their will, lays bare the immense difficulty of navigating leadership in a world on the brink of collapse. From this global concern, the focus narrows to the immediate insidious threat within the White Tower itself, the ongoing murders. Egwene, unwilling to let the fear and suspicion sown by the killer fester any longer, reveals the details of her dangerous plan. She intends to use the world of dreams, Tel Aranarhayod, as a battlefield. The strategy is multifaceted, involving a decoy meeting in the physical world to draw out Messaana's agents, while the true confrontation will occur in the dream. Egwene plans to lure Messaana by creating the appearance of a clandestine summit with other powerful channelers, like the Windfinders and Aiel Wise Ones, making the meeting too tempting for a master spy to ignore. Nynaeve immediately objects to Egwene placing herself in such direct peril, offering to lead the fight herself. But Egwene's resolve is absolute. She argues that in this specific conflict, her unparalleled expertise in the world of dreams makes her not just the Tower's leader, but its most essential weapon. She reveals that a prophetic dream has warned her of absolute failure if Messaana is not defeated now, cementing her decision to risk everything. The narrative then shifts abruptly to Perrin, who is engaged in his own desperate training within that same dream world. He plunges into a horrifying nightmare of a blood-red sea, filled with monstrous creatures and drowning victims. This section provides a visceral look at his struggle to master Tel Aranrayod. It is not a passive experience, but an active battle of will. He must constantly reinforce the knowledge that the horrors around him are not real, as a single moment of faltering belief allows the nightmare to physically seize and reposition him within its terrifying logic. We see both his vulnerability and his growing strength as he fights back, forcing his own reality onto the dream and dissolving the monstrous illusion. His subsequent conversation with the Wolf Hopper reveals his deep-seated impatience and fear. Despite his progress, Perrin believes he is not learning fast enough to face his nemesis Slayer. This internal conflict underscores the urgency of his journey. He is not merely learning a skill, but forging himself into a weapon for the last hunt. The final and longest section of the chapter follows Goin Trakand as he wanders the palace gardens in Caemlyn. He is a man adrift, wrestling with feelings of obsolescence, jealousy, and a profound sense of displacement. His conversation with his sister, Elaine, serves as a crucible for his internal conflicts. She skillfully dissects his simmering hatred for Rand al'Thor, forcing him to confront that it stems not just from their mother's presumed death, but from a bitter envy of Rand's world-shaking power, while Gawain was sidelined and manipulated. Elaine also offers him a new perspective on his fractured relationship with Egwene, explaining that a leader of her stature needs not another bodyguard willing to die for her, but a partner she can trust implicitly to carry out her will. This conversation proves to be a turning point. Elaine officially releases him from any obligation to Andor, lifting a heavy burden of guilt from his shoulders. In a moment of clarity, Gawain decides to let go of his all-consuming hatred for Rand and rededicate himself entirely to his true purpose, protecting Egwene. It is at this precise moment of renewed resolve that he has a chance encounter with a group of women, including a former Shonchan domain named Maril. When he shows her the assassin's knife he recovered, he learns a terrifying truth. The weapon is a blood knife, wielded by elite Shonchan assassins of the same name. These are no ordinary killers. They are suicide operatives, enhanced by terangrial rings that grant them preternatural abilities in shadow, and who are doomed to die by a poison inherent in their mission. He is told they are unstoppable, and that the few murders in the tower were merely tests before the true slaughter begins. The chapter culminates in a moment of profound, self-defeating irony. Just as Gawain absorbs this critical intelligence, a message arrives from Tar Valon, a curt, formal demand from Egwene for his immediate return. Stung by the imperious tone and feeling dismissed once again, Gawain's anger flares. In a final act of defiance, he refuses to obey the summons. Instead, he sends back the blood knife itself as his response, along with a message detailing everything he has learned about the Shonchan assassin. It is an act that is simultaneously protective and rebellious, providing Egwene with the information that could save her life, while deepening the bitter rift between them. Chapter 34. Judgment. The chapter opens with Perrin Ibarra asserting his authority, preparing his forces for the impending trial with the Children of the Light. He commands that his scouts remain vigilant at the perimeter, a decision Sulin warns will anger the Isle Maidens, who desire to be present for any potential conflict. Perrin, however, is resolute, driven by a deep and unsettling premonition. He senses something fundamentally wrong in the air, a feeling of a trap slowly closing around his army. This intuition is the central tension driving his actions. He confronts Danil, acknowledging his awareness of Fele's secret plans to rescue him, but cautions his man to wait for his signal, demonstrating a desire to control the situation and prevent a needless bloodbath. Perrin's investigation into this unseen threat leads him to the Ashaman, Niald. He confirms that the mysterious inability to form gateways near the camp is the same phenomenon they experienced once before, which Perrin connects to the first appearance of the dome in the wolf dream. This confirms his suspicion that the dome is a device meant to contain his army, and that Slayer is its guardian. He realizes the enemy's strategy is likely to let his forces and the White Cloaks weaken each other in battle, after which the true enemy would strike the survivors. This understanding transforms the trial from a personal matter of honor into a crucial strategic challenge. He must avoid war at all costs to foil the larger plot. Meanwhile, Fele's perspective provides a look at the camp's internal politics. She prepares for the trial with grim determination, arming herself and dressing in a way that signals readiness for command should Perrin fall. She notes with satisfaction that the camp's morale has shifted. Rumors about her supposed saving of Beryllin's life have unintentionally helped to quell gossip about any impropriety between Berylin and Perrin, uniting the camp behind them. Her observations of the subtle and complex Aiel social rituals between Gaul and his Gaishain, Bain and Chiad, serve as a brief moment of levity before the immense tension of the trial. As they ride to meet the White Cloaks, Perrin confides in Fele, revealing the full extent of his fears and insights. He explains his new, troubling visionary connection to Rand al'Thor, which tells him the last hunt is beginning and Rand is in grave danger. He lays out his theory about the trap, the dome in the wolf dream, and Slayer's role, explaining his plan to avoid battle, enter the dream world that night to destroy the source of the dome, and then lead their people to safety. The trial itself is a masterclass in tension and political theatre. The two armies stand as grim witnesses, while Morghese presides as judge. The initial exchange between Perrin and Galad sets the stage, with neither man willing to give the other an unconditional promise to prevent violence. The Whitecloaks, through Child Buyer, present their case, painting Perrin as a savage beast who murdered two of their own without provocation. When Perrin speaks in his own defense, he does not deny the killings. Instead, he reframes the entire incident, explaining his unique connection to the wolves and arguing that he was defending his friends from attack. He then brilliantly pivots, directly confronting Bornhald about the long-held belief that Perrin killed his father, swearing a powerful oath of innocence that visibly shakes the young captain. He follows this by exposing Buyer's past attempt to manipulate him into a situation where he could be justifiably killed, casting serious doubt on Buyer's credibility. The judgment delivered by Morghese is a stroke of legal genius. She finds Perrin technically guilty under Andoran law, but then invokes a little-known law called the Keinec Protocol, which governs disputes between mercenary groups. By reclassifying the deadly encounter as a brawl between unauthorized military forces rather than a murder of innocents, she strips the charge of its moral weight and opens the door for a sentence other than death. In a final strategic move, she delegates the sentencing to Galad, placing the full weight of the decision on him. Faced with this choice, and with both armies on the brink of battle, Perrin makes a decision that solidifies his role as a true leader. He agrees to submit to Galad's punishment, but with a critical condition. It will only be carried out after the last battle is over. He binds himself with an unbreakable oath, effectively sacrificing his future freedom to prevent immediate war and preserve every possible soldier for the fight against the Shadow. Galad, recognizing the honor and wisdom in this compromise, accepts the terms, leaving the exact nature of the punishment ominously unstated. Back at camp, Perrin faces Fael's fury, but explains his choice was not about his own life, but about saving men for the fight that truly matters. He then prepares to enter the wolf dream to confront Slayer and break the trap, leaving Fael in command of their people's potential escape. Chapter 36. An Invitation. This chapter opens with Egwene preparing for a crucial diplomatic summit within the world of dreams, Tel Aranriod. She first materializes to instruct Nynaeve, assigning her the critical role of guarding a decoy meeting. Recognizing Nynaeve's unique experience fighting the Forsaken, Egwene tasks her with leading a counterattack should Mesana or Black Ager sisters appear to spy on the Faint. With the trap set, Egwene shifts her location to the true meeting place, an ornate hall where her eyes see die allies and the Isle Wise Ones are waiting. The atmosphere is immediately charged with the palpable friction between the two groups. This tension escalates with the arrival of the Sea Folk Windfinders, led by the proud Shilin. The Windfinders are new to this dream realm, a fact made obvious as their appearances flicker and change uncontrollably, earning them the disdain of the Wise Ones, who see them as reckless children playing in a dangerous place. The negotiation commences with a direct accusation from Shilin, who asserts that the White Tower's true motive is simply to dominate all other female channelers. In a masterful display of diplomacy, Egwene completely disarms this hostility by not refuting the claim, but by conceding that the Tower's historic desire for control may have been a mistake. This surprising admission of fallibility changes the entire dynamic of the meeting, allowing Egwene to propose her true vision, a revolutionary alliance built on the sharing of knowledge. She outlines a plan for a reciprocal exchange of students. Accepted from the Tower would go to train with the Wise Ones and Windfinders, while their apprentices would come to study at the Tower. The most radical element of this proposal is her promise that all students would be allowed to return to their own people afterward, a complete reversal of the tower's ancient policy of retaining every channeler it discovers. To ensure the bargain is accepted, Egwene offers powerful incentives. She promises to permanently gift the Dream Terangreal to the Windfinders and Wise Ones, giving them sovereign access to the world of dreams. For the Aiel, she offers an official tower declaration, recognizing their ownership of sacred Terangreal like the glass pillars, resolving a long-standing point of potential conflict. The most significant concession, aimed at the Sea Folk, is that this new, grander alliance would completely nullify the deeply resented bargain made over the Bowl of the Winds, freeing the tower from its obligation to send Aes Sedai teachers to their ships. Egwene skillfully frames this entire arrangement as a necessary pact for mutual survival, invoking the shared threat of the Shonchan to underscore the need for immediate unity. After the tentative agreement is reached, and the other groups depart to consult with their people, Egwene faces the concerns of her own Aes Sedai. They are deeply troubled by her willingness to relinquish tower control and valuable Terangreal. Egwene explains her forward-thinking strategy, using a story from her youth about channeling change rather than fighting it. She argues that the world is transforming, and the tower must evolve from a controlling institution into a central beacon of knowledge and cooperation. To cling to the old ways of dominance, she warns, is a path that leads only to becoming either tyrants or irrelevant fools. The chapter's intense political maneuvering is brought to an abrupt and violent halt by the sudden appearance of a frantic and battle-worn Siuan. She delivers the shocking news that the decoy meeting was not spied upon as anticipated, but was instead the target of a direct, full-scale assault. The battle for the White Tower has truly begun. The narrative then cuts away to Perrin's concurrent struggle in Tel'aran'rhiod. He is being relentlessly pursued by the Assassin Slayer. Realizing he can no longer outrun his enemy, Perrin makes the grim choice to cease fleeing and make a stand. He purposefully heads towards the White Tower, intending to use the city's dense urban environment to his advantage in a final, decisive confrontation. Chapter 37. Darkness in the Tower. The chapter opens with Gorn Trakand in a state of deep introspection within the gardens of the Caemlyn Palace. Following weeks of inner turmoil, he finally confronts the true source of his animosity toward Rand al'Thor, acknowledging that it stems not from righteous anger, but from his own frustrated ambition and jealousy. He realizes that al'Thor is living the life of leadership and consequence that Gorn had always envisioned for himself. This pivotal moment of self-awareness leads him to a profound understanding of his role in Egwene's life. He concludes that he cannot approach her as a prince seeking glory, but must instead dedicate himself to her as a warder, finding honor not in leading, but in protecting and serving someone destined for greatness. He likens their potential partnership to two musicians, where one must step back to provide harmony for the other's melody to create something beautiful. His resolve solidified, Gorn attempts to bid his sister Elaine farewell before departing for the White Tower, only to be stopped by Birgitte. She reveals that both Elaine and Egwene are engaged in a form of Aes Sedai sleep, walking in the world of dreams. This piece of information, combined with a remembered prophecy about an attack during a time of weakness, sparks immediate alarm in Gorn. Realizing that Egwene is completely vulnerable in the physical world, he races to the tower via a gateway. There, his worst fears are confirmed when he discovers assassins within her chambers. A desperate battle ensues against 3 shadowy Shonchan blood knives. Gorn's 2 guards are swiftly killed, leaving him as the sole defender of the sleeping Egwene. Outmatched and wounded, he has a flash of insight. The assassin's shadowy forms are an advantage only in the light. In a brilliant and desperate move, he extinguishes the room's only lantern, plunging the fight into total darkness, where he can rely on sound alone. This evens the odds, and he manages to kill the remaining assassins, but not before sustaining a mortal-seeming wound himself. He collapses, his final thoughts uncertain whether he succeeded in saving Egwene. Simultaneously, within the dream world of Tel'aran'rhiod, Egwene and her allies find themselves trapped. The White Tower is encased in a strange violet dome, a prison created by the forsaken Messana, preventing any from leaving. Egwene learns that a coordinated attack by the Black Ager is underway, and 2 of her loyal sitters are already dead. As a Merlin, she takes command, organizing the Wise Ones and her other allies to hunt their enemies through the dream version of the tower. During the fight, she has a direct and terrifying encounter with Messana, whose power of compulsion is so overwhelming that Egwene is nearly subjugated before managing to escape. Shaken but undeterred, she teams up with Nynaeve, and they develop a highly effective hit-and-run tactic, clearing corridors of Black Aja sisters until their predictable pattern allows them to be ambushed. Perrin Ibarra's storyline also unfolds within this same dreamscape. He confronts his nemesis, Slayer, on a rooftop in Tar Valon, seeking to reclaim the powerful Terangriel, known as the Dream Spike. Their battle is a chaotic display of mastery over Tel'aran'rhiod, as they bend reality, create illusions, and destroy their surroundings. After Slayer momentarily gains the upper hand and steals the artifact, the Wolfhopper intervenes, and the chase leads them directly into the heart of the White Tower. Here, Perrin's path briefly crosses with Egwene's. In a moment that demonstrates his incredible power in this realm, he effortlessly deflects a blast of balefire, an act Egwene knows should be impossible, treating the ultimate destructive weave as a mere nuisance. He warns her of the danger before continuing his pursuit. The chapter culminates in a tragic and climactic confrontation. Perrin finds Slayer at the tower's summit, holding a gravely wounded Hopper. In a moment of pure cruelty, Slayer throws the wolf from the top. Perrin dives after him, catching Hopper, but sustaining further injury. As Slayer prepares to finish them both, Perrin, fueled by grief and rage, makes a final desperate choice. He tackles Slayer, plunging them both into a manifested nightmare, a swirling vortex of pure chaos, sacrificing himself to stop his enemy. The chapter ends on this cliffhanger, with Goyne bleeding out in the waking world and the fates of Perrin, Egwene, and the entire White Tower hanging precariously in the balance. Chapter 38, Wounds. The chapter opens in the chaos of a dream-world battle raging within the corridors of the White Tower. Egwene Alver moves as a strategic combatant through the fiery conflict in Tel'aran'rhiod, avoiding direct confrontations in favor of tactical ambushes. She successfully eliminates a Black Aja sister named Evan Elaine by collapsing a wall on her position, a clear demonstration of her growing power and ruthlessness. Immediately after, she is forced to flee from a direct assault by the Forsaken Messana, recognizing that she is not yet prepared to face such an enemy in a straightforward fight. Reflecting on Perrin's newfound confidence, Egwene realizes she must integrate both her channeling abilities and her innate talents as a dreamer to succeed. Her resolve is tested when she spots Nicola, a novice, foolishly present in the battle. Before Egwene can intervene, Nicola is gruesomely killed by an eruption of fire and earth. This event serves as a grim catalyst, leading Egwene to recognize a trap set by Messana. 2 other Black Sisters are being used as bait, luring Egwene into a predictable pattern of attack. Heeding a past warning from the Wise One Bear, Egwene defies expectation and prepares a counter-ambush. The confrontation with Messana is swift and decisive. Messana appears and ensnares Egwene with an Adam, plunging her into a state of profound terror rooted in past trauma. However, Egwene experiences a moment of supreme clarity, realizing that within the world of dreams, the Adam's power is entirely conceptual. It can only control her if she accepts its authority. By sheer force of will, she rejects its reality, causing the collar to fall harmlessly to the floor. The ensuing battle is not one of physical power, but of pure will. Messana, for all her age and experience, pits her individual self against Egwene, who embodies the unyielding, ancient institution of the Amerlin seat. The force of this conceptual identity is too much for Messana, and her mind shatters completely, leaving her alive, but in a catatonic, infantile state. Egwene's victory is short-lived. Upon awakening in the real world, she discovers a horrific scene in her chambers. 5 assassins lie dead on her floor, and Gawain is clinging to life with a mortal wound. He had intercepted the killers, who were not agents of the Forsaken but likely Shon Chan, saving her life while she was vulnerable in the dream. Any sense of triumph evaporates, replaced by horror and desperation. To save him, she bonds him as her warder, an act of love and necessity that forever links them. Simultaneously, Perrin Ibarra fights his own desperate battle in a nightmare-infused version of Tel Aranarhayod. He navigates a burning, apocalyptic Tar Valon to hunt Slayer and destroy the Dream Spike. He cleverly uses the chaos of the nightmare to his advantage, disguising himself as one of its victims to get close to his enemy. The ruse works. He manages to steal the Dream Spike from Slayer's belt, and, after a brief struggle, hurls the device into a chasm of dream lava, destroying it. This victory comes at a terrible price. His wolf companion, Hopper, fades from his mind, dying a final and absolute death within the wolf dream. Overcome with anguish, Perrin flees back to his body. He awakens to Fael's care, and despite his profound grief, immediately organizes the final retreat of his forces, escaping the now vulnerable camp. The chapter concludes with the Forsaken Gryandal, who learns of Perrin's escape and the failure of her trap. Unflustered, she coolly activates a contingency plan, setting an assassin to strike him down. Chapter 39. This chapter finds Aviendha returning to the Threefold Land, a place where she feels spiritually whole and reconnected to her identity. She internally contrasts the harsh, honest beauty of the waste with what she perceives as the corrupting softness of the wetlands. To her, the desert's dangers are tangible and understandable, preferable to the unseen social poisons of the wider world. After making camp, she reflects with satisfaction on her future, which seems perfectly clear. She will complete her initiation as a wise one, claim her place with Rand, fight in the last battle, and then lead the surviving Ale back to the waste, their true home. This resolute vision is suddenly interrupted by the arrival of a mysterious, middle-aged Isle woman named Nakomi. Unarmed and unable to channel, Nakomi appears unassuming, yet she engages Aviendha in a conversation that systematically dismantles her certainty. Nakomi gently questions Aviendha's core beliefs, suggesting that the Isle's entire culture was a crucible designed to forge them for a single purpose: serving the dragon at the last battle. She then raises the profound and unsettling question of what the Isle will become once that purpose is fulfilled and their great historical TOH is finally met. Nakomi posits that if the waste was their punishment, returning to it after their debt is paid would be illogical, leaving the Isle without a reason for their harsh existence. After sharing a simple but miraculously perfect meal, Nakomi vanishes without a trace, leaving a deeply troubled Aviendha to confront a future that is no longer clear, her people's entire identity now an agonizing question mark. Chapter 40. A Making. The chapter opens on a scene of profound despair, with Perrin Ibarra sitting alone in the dark, consumed by the pain of Hopper's death. The stillness of the camp provides no peace, instead allowing his grief and a burning rage toward the assassin slayer to fester within him. He feels a physical sickness, a visceral manifestation of his emotional turmoil. When Fael approaches, he confesses his sense of utter failure, lamenting that even a combined force of 5 skilled individuals was insufficient to overcome their enemy in the wolf dream. This moment encapsulates his deepest crisis of confidence, linking the fresh trauma of losing Hopper to the old wounds from the slaughter of his family, making him question his own capability and purpose. This internal crisis is immediately contrasted with his external reality. He becomes aware of his followers, nobles, soldiers, and his own people from the 2 rivers, waiting patiently, their sense filled with concern that he might use the newly functional gateways to send them away and abandon his leadership. In a moment of self-loathing, Perrin sees them as fools for placing their faith in him. Fail, however, confronts his desire to retreat, reminding him of his own declaration that every person would be needed to fight the last battle. This exchange forces Perrin to acknowledge that his responsibilities extend beyond his personal pain. He understands that his frustration is amplified by his ignorance of the enemy's larger strategy, a blindness that makes his recent escape and Hopper's sacrifice feel meaningless. Drawn by the rhythmic clang of a farrier's hammer, Perrin seeks refuge in the familiar comfort of a forge. Taking over the work, he quickly finds the simple task of making horseshoes unsatisfying for the tempest in his soul. He moves to crafting with steel, seeking a greater challenge to channel his immense emotional energy. At this point, the Ashaman Naald offers his assistance, using the one power to keep the metal at a perfect, constant heat. This act transforms the mundane process of blacksmithing into a powerful, quasi-magical ritual. As Perrin works the steel, his mind clears, and he confronts the very nature of his responsibility. He realizes that he cannot abdicate his role. If these people are to be led, he must be the one to do it, because only then can he ensure it is done right. This moment of profound self-realization is mirrored by the forging process itself. Guided by instinct, Neild forms a circle with the wise ones, channeling immense amounts of the one power into the hammer Perrin is creating. The forge explodes with supernatural light and sparks as Perrin's will, his grief, his strength, and his resolve are all hammered into the metal. He is not merely shaping steel, he is forging a new identity for himself, culminating in a magnificent warhammer bearing the image of a leaping wolf, an eternal tribute to Hopper. With this new symbol of his authority, named Mahalinia, meaning he who soars in the old tongue, Perrin's transformation is complete. He steps before his followers, no longer the reluctant leader. He commands Will Alcine to bring forth the wolf-head banner he had previously ordered burned. In a powerful speech, he formally accepts their oaths, acknowledging his own fallibility, but promising to lead them. The army erupts in cheers, fully embracing him as Perrin Goldeneyes, their wolf lord. This public acceptance solidifies his new role, uniting the fractured parts of his identity, the blacksmith, the wolf brother, and the lord, into a single, purposeful whole. Immediately, Perrin's new clarity translates into decisive action. He uses the map to identify the location of the enemy's intended ambush, the very trap he and his army narrowly avoided. He learns that the White Cloaks, in a stroke of ill fortune, have made their camp in that exact location. This sets up a moment of intense dramatic irony. Fail and Berylyn witness Perrin moving his entire army to the heights overlooking the White Cloak camp, and misinterpret his strategy as a ruthless plan to annihilate them, thereby escaping his oath to Galad. Their conversation reveals Berylyn's political motivations for her interest in Galad, while also forcing Faila to articulate her unwavering faith in Perrin's fundamental honor. The chapter culminates in a stunning reversal of expectations. As Perrin's forces assemble, and the White Cloaks below prepare for an attack they believe is coming from him, he clarifies his true intention. He is there to save them. At that very moment, a massive army of Trollocs and Myrddraal rises from the fog in the riverbed below, springing the very trap that was meant for Perrin. The enemy is caught completely by surprise, exposed between Perrin's forces on the heights and the unsuspecting White Cloaks. With his new hammer raised high, Perrin gives the order to attack the Shadow Spawn, initiating the first battle under his fully realized command and proving himself not just a leader, but a cunning and honorable general. Chapter 41. An Unexpected Ally. The chapter begins with Galad Damodred and Dain Bornhald bracing for an imminent arrow attack under strange, glowing lights that have suddenly appeared in the sky. Their anticipation of an assault from Perrin Ibarra's forces is immediately upended when they realize the arrows are not aimed at them at all. Instead, the volleys are crashing into a gargantuan, horrifying army of thousands of Trollocs that is pouring down the main roadway. Ibarra's forces, including his channelers and renowned archers, are systematically slaughtering the shadow spawn from a superior position on the high ground. Faced with this chaotic and unexpected development, Galad quickly organizes the Children of the Light into a defensive formation. His strategic clarity is immediately challenged by the arrival of Jarret Bayer, who furiously accuses Perrin of orchestrating the entire event. Bayer theorizes that Perrin has summoned the Trollocs himself, intending to defeat them publicly to win the allegiance of the White Cloaks, mirroring a tactic he supposedly used in the Two Rivers. While Bornhald and Galad see the flaws in this paranoid logic, the timing is too coincidental to dismiss entirely, forcing Galad to prepare his men for a two-front war against both the Shadow and a potentially duplicitous human enemy. Meanwhile, from his vantage point, Perrin explains his own deductions to Fail and his allies. He reveals that he had anticipated an ambush, realizing their journey was being manipulated to herd them into this specific location. He speculates that the endless tide of Trollocs is emerging from a hidden portal stone, and that one of the Forsaken is the true architect of the trap, though they are not directly participating. His decision to stand and fight rather than flee is cemented by his refusal to abandon any man to the Trollocs, not even the White Cloaks who had persecuted him. This resolve earns him a heartfelt kiss from Fail, who is proud of the honorable man he has become. The battle quickly turns disastrous for the children. Lacking experience against the sheer brutality and resilience of Trollocs, their lines begin to buckle and break. Galad is forced into the front lines, where he is unhorsed and wounded, witnessing his idealized image of the unwavering Children of the Light shatter as he sees them succumb to fear, just like ordinary men. Observing the White Cloaks being encircled and systematically crushed, Perrin makes a momentous decision. Against the sound tactical advice of his general Galen, who warns against sacrificing their strategic advantage, Perrin declares that he is going to lead a charge down the treacherous slope to rescue them. His reasoning is simple and absolute. It is the right thing to do. Perrin's charge is a spectacular and decisive maneuver. His cavalry, shielded by the power of his channelers, descends the incline and smashes into the Trolloc flank, breaking their encirclement and turning the tide of the battle. Perrin fights his way directly to the wounded Galad, offering him his own horse. This selfless and honorable act completely disarms Galad. In that moment, Galad pronounces his official judgment, delivering a lenient punishment that effectively ends their conflict. However, the resolution is nearly undone when Bayer attempts to assassinate Perrin from behind. In a stunning turn, Dain Bornhald, despite his own deep-seated hatred for Perrin, strikes down his longtime friend Bayer, unwilling to permit such a dishonorable act. The chapter concludes with this fragile, unexpected alliance forged in blood, as Galad and Perrin prepare to fight on, side by side. Chapter 42, Stronger Than Blood. The narrative begins with Gorn inside Egwene's chambers, grappling with the novel sensations of their new warder bond. This connection allows him to perceive the immense turmoil raging beneath her composed surface as she manages the fallout from the night's attack, including the capture of the Forsaken Messana. They discuss his technically disobedient actions, which Egwene concedes saved her life. This leads Gorn to propose an arrangement where he will protect her unconditionally while obeying her in all other matters. He then impulsively asks for her hand in marriage, a suggestion that flusters Egwene, who insists they must first inform their families. After she departs to face the hall, a weary but resolute Gorn investigates the bodies of the fallen assassins. He discovers and secretly confiscates 3 identical black stone rings, carved like thorny vines, from their fingers. The perspective then shifts to Lan, who feels Nynaeve's presence through their bond more strongly than ever. He arrives at the Silverwall Keeps to discover a vast army of his countrymen and their allies waiting for him. Resolved to prevent them from dying in a futile war, he attempts to pass through unrecognized. However, he is stopped by the princes of Kandor and Arafel, who reveal that Nynaeve orchestrated the entire gathering, foreseeing his attempt to evade them. Faced with their unbreakable oaths and his wife's cunning, Lan finally accepts his role, officially raising the golden crane for Tarman Gaiden and embracing his destiny. Chapter 43. The chapter begins in the immediate grim aftermath of the battle, with Galad Damodred and Perrine Ibarra navigating the field of carnage. Galad voices his deep suspicion of the Ashaman, questioning their assertion that they are free of the taint and proposing that their claim might be a product of madness. Perrin counters with a pragmatic stance, stating his intention to trust them based on their loyal service, pointedly reminding Galad that the Children of the Light owe their lives to two of these male channelers. This dialogue highlights Galad's internal struggle, as he perceives Perrin as either a profoundly honourable man or a dark friend of extraordinary manipulative skill for having saved the very soldiers who had judged him. This tense walk is suddenly interrupted by Perrin's exceptional hearing, which catches the faint sound of a person in distress. He leads Galad to a pile of Trolloc bodies, and together they uncover a grievously wounded whitecloak named Jerem Noose. The genuine and immediate compassion Perrin shows to this young enemy soldier, offering him water and comfort, makes a significant impression on Galad. After the boy is carried to safety for healing, Perrin presents Galad with a monumental offer. He can transport the entire White Cloak army to Andor in a single night using the power. In exchange, he demands a binding oath from Galad to submit to Perrin's military command for the duration of the last battle. Galad is taken aback by the sheer audacity of this proposal, but Perrin argues his case forcefully, emphasizing the urgency of the times and hinting that refusing him would only lead to a much harsher negotiation with Rand al'Thor. The deciding factor for Galad, however, is not the implied threat, but the vivid memory of Perrin's kindness toward the wounded Jerem. Convinced of Perrin's fundamental decency, Galad gives his oath, forging a pivotal and unexpected alliance. Perrin concludes their arrangement by explaining that their convergence was not coincidence, but the pattern weaving Galad into place to fulfill a need created by Perrin's nature as a Ta'veren. The scene then transitions to a nearby clearing where the women, including Alejandra, Fela, and Berylin, are preparing medical supplies. Alejandra shrewdly observes the palpable, unspoken tension between Fela and Berylin, who maintain a facade of friendship. In a private moment, Fela shares her belief that Berylin never truly loved Perrin, but pursued him solely for political gain and the excitement of the challenge. This assessment is later validated when Alejandra speaks with Berylin, who coldly dismisses romance as an impractical distraction for a ruler and views marriage as a purely strategic calculation. This entire declaration is rendered instantly ironic by the arrival of Galad. The mere sight of him completely dismantles Berylin's composure, leaving her flustered and captivated. The chapter ends on a note of wry amusement from Alejandra, who watches the new dynamic unfold while slyly pocketing a fine silk shirt for herself. Chapter 44. A backhanded request. The chapter opens with Morgus Trakand, former Queen of Andor, contemplating the decay of her homeland from a hillside encampment. The once green landscape is succumbing to a brown blight, a grim reflection of her own uncertain status. She is caught in a liminal state, no longer a monarch, yet not merely a commoner, which creates an awkwardness with everyone she encounters. Though her pride has been recently rekindled, she still values the humility and freedom she experienced while in disguise as a servant. Resolved to aid her daughter Elaine, she decides she must return to Caemlyn, fully aware of the political complications her reappearance will cause. Her personal turmoil soon finds a focal point in Guardsman Lieutenant Talonvor. He approaches her with a stiff formality, urging her to return to the capital for the very reasons she has already considered, to prevent rumors of her survival from undermining Elaine's authority. This conversation culminates in an intense emotional confrontation where Talonvor, believing duty must separate them, offers his eternal fealty before preparing to leave her side. In a defining moment of character change, Morgus rejects the notion of sacrificing her personal happiness for Andor yet again. She declares that in a world so threatened by darkness, love and hope are not luxuries but necessities, and she initiates a passionate kiss. Their moment is interrupted by Morgus's pragmatic former nurse, Linny, who insists they be married immediately by Perrin Ibarra before politics in Camelin can interfere. They approach Perrin, and Morgus formally acknowledges his authority as a lord. In a simple but deeply moving ceremony, Morgus and Talonvor exchange vows that speak to the profound respect and admiration they hold for each other's character and resilience. Perrin, unaccustomed to such duties, awkwardly officiates the union. The perspective then shifts to Perrin, who is burdened by the duties of his leadership. He directs his men to manage the unnaturally dying forest and oversees the production of powerful, magically forged weapons for his growing army. A quiet moment with his wife, Phyle, reveals her subtle political genius. She has orchestrated a resolution to the long-standing issue with Berelain, using a metaphor of a falcon out hunting a hawk to explain her methods. The chapter concludes with a sudden and startling reunion. Perrin is lured into the woods by mysteriously thrown acorns, a nostalgic prank that reveals the presence of his old friend, Mat Cawthon. Mat is extravagantly dressed and initially jovial, but his mood quickly darkens. He delivers a dire warning that assassins are targeting them, and that Perrin must exercise extreme caution. Before he can explain further, Mat requests the use of a gateway and vanishes back toward Camelin, leaving Perrin with the abrupt warning and a captured badger. Chapter 45. A Reunion. The chapter opens in Camelin, where Elaine Trakand awakens to the lingering echoes of a dream message from Egwene. The news is twofold and monumental. The Forsaken Messaana has been defeated, and Elaine's brother, Goin, played a crucial role. This revelation brings a wave of relief, especially after a frustrating night of failing to channel. Her spirits are further lifted by the newfound constant warmth of her bond with Rand al'Thor, a connection whose appearance coincided with the sun finally breaking through the clouds over Andor. Her day continues with a personal triumph when her midwife, Melfane, who had been skeptical, finally confirms that she can hear two distinct heartbeats, validating Elaine's certainty that she is carrying twins. Elaine is ecstatic, finding a moment of pure joy amidst the pressures of her rule. However, this personal joy is soon tempered by the harsh realities of statecraft. During her morning briefing with her advisors, Master Nori and Dylin, the conversation turns to the precarious political situation in the neighboring nation of Caerhien. Dylin warns that Elaine's claim to the Sun Throne is being systematically undermined by malicious rumors. These whispers paint her as a foreign conqueror who plans to subjugate the Caerhienan people. Displaying a sharp political mind, Elaine analyzes the source of this propaganda, concluding that the most dangerous threat comes not from open enemies, but from seemingly neutral nobles who are positioning themselves to seize power by portraying themselves as Caerhien's saviors. The meeting is dramatically interrupted by the unannounced arrival of Birgitte, who ushers in two mysterious cloaked figures. The first is revealed to be Elaine's half-brother, Galad Damodred, who delivers the stunning news that he is now the Lord Captain Commander of the Children of the Light, and has brought their entire army to Andor. The second visitor provides an even greater shock. It is Elaine's mother, Morgus, long believed to be dead. The initial tension of a potential succession crisis quickly dissolves when Morgus explains that she was a prisoner of the White Cloaks and has formally renounced the throne to prevent being used as a political weapon against her own daughter. With the political crisis averted, Elaine and Morgus share a tender, private reunion. This mother-daughter moment deepens when Elaine reveals she is pregnant with Rand al'Thor's children. Morgus reacts with predictable disapproval toward the dragon reborn, but Elaine passionately defends the man she loves. They begin to strategize about Morgus's future, agreeing that she should be given a significant role away from the capital to avoid political complications, perhaps dealing with the troublesome Lord Perrin Ibarra in the Two Rivers. The chapter then shifts perspective to the desolate threefold land, where Avienda prepares for a spiritual trial. She sits alone, contemplating the city of Ruidean, which she feels has been fundamentally broken by Rand's actions. He has dispelled its protective mists, created a massive lake beside it, and, most importantly, rendered its sacred purpose obsolete. The city's function was to prepare the Isle for the dragon's coming, and with him now here, Aviendha questions its continued relevance. This reflects her deeper anxieties about the future of the Ale people, whose ancient traditions are fracturing. She grapples with her own personal destiny as well, knowing she is bound to Rand and her sister wife Elaine, a fate that will likely force her to live as a wetlander far from her home. Despite her profound doubts, Aviendha resolves to enter the glass columns of Ruidian, hoping that by confronting her people's past, she might find the wisdom needed to navigate their uncertain future and clarify the complicated path of her own heart. Chapter 46. Working Leather. This chapter centers on the character of Androl Genhald, a dedicated in the Black Tower, and explores the growing, dangerous schism within the ranks of the Ashaman. It opens with Androl in his workshop, meticulously crafting a leather armguard. This act of creation is presented as a tranquil escape from his life of destruction and a reflection of his personality. He values precision and small details, believing they accumulate to create large, meaningful outcomes. This quiet scene is immediately contrasted with the underlying chaos of the Black Tower when he discovers his high-quality shears have been stolen, likely by one of the Mahale Time's favoured men, highlighting the breakdown of discipline and the prevalence of a corrupt hierarchy. Forced to use the one power for a simple task, Androl's complex relationship with Saidin is revealed. He feels its seductive beauty, but is acutely aware of his own weakness in raw strength, a fact that makes him an anomaly among the promoted dedicated. His promotion was forced by Logain, an act that further soured his relationship with time. More troubling is Androl's personal madness. Whenever he holds the source for too long, he perceives shadows actively creeping toward him with malevolent intent. He is tormented by the uncertainty of whether this is a remnant of the Taint's madness or a genuine external threat, a fear that leaves him unable to sleep peacefully. Leaving his workshop, Androl walks through the developing Black Tower village, a place of strange contrasts where children play in trenches recently blasted by the One Power. This illustrates how the world is rapidly adapting to the normalization of male channelers. His interactions with the children and a group of young soldiers from the Two Rivers establish him as a respected and paternal figure, despite his low power level. They look to him for guidance, and he offers them encouragement and practical advice, solidifying his role as an informal leader. The chapter's central conflict unfolds at a practice range, where the factional divide is starkly visible. On one side are Androl's friends, men loyal to Logain, and on the other are Time's cronies, led by the bully Kotarin. After a moment of camaraderie among his friends, Androl is accosted by Kotarin, who mocks his weakness and derisively calls him a page boy for his singular talent with gateways. To humiliate him, Kotarin forces Androl to attempt a feat of power far beyond his capability. Androl wisely endures the embarrassment, preventing his incensed friends from starting a fight they would be brutally crushed in, showcasing his pragmatic leadership. In the aftermath, Androl and his friends discuss the deeply troubling state of the tower. They voice fears about Logain's prolonged absence, the suspiciously rapid and unnatural advancement of men who take Time's private lessons, and the anti-dragon propaganda being spread by Time's followers. The conversation confirms that the Black Tower is splitting into two hostile camps. Despite his insecurities about his weakness, the group implicitly turns to Androl for direction. Accepting this responsibility, he organizes them into a small, covert group to investigate Time's activities and gather proof of his treachery, resolving to find a way to contact Logain or the Dragon Reborn himself before the simmering conflict boils over. Chapter 47. A Teaching Chamber. The chapter opens with Fael and Perrin arriving via gateway on the outskirts of Camelin, at the head of a carefully curated procession designed to project strength without appearing hostile. This force includes Two Rivers archers, Aleandra and her guards, the Aiel, and Perrin's own Wolf Guard. Fael's internal anxiety over the impending meeting with Queen Elaine is palpable. a tension mirrored by the increased vigilance of Perrin and his Ale protectors as they enter the sprawling, chaotic city. A peculiar and unsettling omen hangs over the capital. A perfect circle of clear sky amidst an otherwise unbroken cloud cover. After a formal, though tense reception in the throne room, where Elaine deliberately refers to Perrin without a title, Fail astutely maneuvers the conversation into a private sitting room. Here, the diplomatic battle begins in earnest. Elaine immediately takes an aggressive posture, questioning why she should not execute them for treason, citing Perrin's unsanctioned lordship and his raising of the Manatharan banner. Fail and Perrin counter by reminding her of the crown's centuries of neglect toward the two rivers, and arguing that their peaceful approach is not the action of rebels. The negotiation reaches a critical turning point when Morgus intervenes. Leveraging her first-hand experience traveling with Perrin, she warns her daughter Elaine of the folly of fighting against a Tavaran, attesting to his good character and lack of ambition for the Andorran throne, thereby softening the Queen's stance. Seizing this opening, Fail presents not a list of demands, but a strategic offer. She proposes that Perrin be officially recognized as the High Lord of the Two Rivers, a rank subordinate only to the Queen herself. In a masterstroke of diplomacy, she frames this not as a concession, but as the foundation of a powerful new alliance. This pact would unite Andor with Ghealdan, Saldea, and potentially Mayene, creating a formidable bloc of nations with Elaine at its head to counter the growing power of both Rand al'Thor and the Shonchan Empire. Elaine, a shrewd politician in her own right, recognizes the strategic value of this proposal. However, to avoid the political fallout of capitulating to a rebellion, she devises a brilliant solution. The lands of the Two Rivers will be officially granted to the Dragon Reborn as his personal seat in Andor, with Perrin and his line serving as hereditary stewards. This politically ingenious move transforms the situation from a domestic crisis into a gesture of honor toward Andor's savior, solidifying Elaine's power while granting Perrin the autonomy he needs. The meeting concludes on a new allied footing, with Elaine revealing that Rand intends to break the seals on the Dark One's prison, a plan she and the Amyrlin seat, Egwene, intend to stop. The perspective then shifts dramatically to the Shonchan Empress, Fortuona, in her windowless chamber of instruction. The scene is one of rigid hierarchy and absolute power, with the Empress observing the training of captured channelers, or Damin. The focus falls upon a defiant Damin named Sufa, who claims to be the Amyrlin seat. After being brutally disciplined for her insolence, she is forced to demonstrate a specific ability. To the utter shock of the entire court, she tears a hole in reality itself, creating a gateway to a distant forest. This act confirms that the rumored power of traveling is real. Fortuona immediately grasps the immense strategic implications. This ability changes everything about warfare and conquest. Disregarding the traditional secrecy of her court, she issues a bold and decisive command. All Shonchan forces are to be gathered. Every domain is to be trained in the art of traveling, and they will launch an overwhelming, full-scale assault on the White Tower itself. Her goal is nothing less than the complete subjugation of the Aes Sedai and the capture of their legendary fortress. The chapter's final section returns to Perrin, who has reunited with Mat Cauthon and Tom Merrilin in a private room at an inn. Amidst the warm camaraderie, they exchange stories of their recent, world-altering experiences. The light-hearted reunion takes a serious turn as Tom warns both Perrin and Mat that their growing fame has made them conspicuous targets, using a story about an ancient tribe that painted its leaders red to illustrate his point. He advises Perrin to use his Ashaman's gateways to sleep in a different secret location each night. Perrin accepts the counsel, even devising a devious plan to leave Isle warriors as a trap in his empty tent. The conversation culminates in Mat's stunning revelation. Moiraine Damodred is not dead. She is a prisoner within the sinister tower of Genjay, and Mat is on a quest to rescue her. He explains that Moiraine's instructions were precise, allowing only 3 companions on the rescue mission, and he prepares to tell Perrin and Tom the entire, unbelievable story. Chapter 48. The chapter opens with Avienda stepping out from the forest of glass pillars into the central square of Ruidaean. She observes the profound transformation of the plaza, dominated by the miraculously healed Avendasora, the tree of life, which stands in stark contrast to the impossibly thin and artificial-looking crystal columns. Reflecting on her journey, she concludes that the pillars have lost their original purpose. Since Rand al'Thor revealed the Isle's history as followers of the Way of the Leaf, the test of accepting that past has become obsolete. This leads her to a growing conviction that upholding tradition for its own sake is a form of blindness. Driven by this new perspective and a desire for knowledge, Avienda decides to employ her recently discovered talent, the ability to discern the function of Terran Grail. Despite the immense danger of experimenting with such powerful artifacts, she approaches a column and places her hand upon it. The contact triggers a disorienting and terrifyingly vivid vision. She experiences the entire life and death of a woman named Melidra in a desolate future. This version of the Aeol are ragged scavengers, devoid of honor, who live in fear of technologically advanced people called Lightmakers. The vision ends with her death, shot while stealing scraps of food, with her killer dismissing her as a mere pest. Avienda is violently returned to the present, not horrified by the death, but by the absolute degradation and lack of honor she witnessed. Confused, she initially assumes she has seen the distant past, but it contradicts everything known about the Aeol of the Age of Legends. Her profound disturbance, coupled with an unyielding need for answers, compels her to defy all Isle custom and re-enter the pillars. She suspects her own talent may have altered their function, showing her something new. Her second passage through the columns plunges her into another vision, this one set in a slightly less distant future. She becomes Norlesh, a starving mother whose husband fails to trade ore for food, with outlanders who serve a raven empress. The vision culminates in the quiet, unnoticed death of her infant son and her own overwhelming emotional numbness. Subsequent steps reveal further decay, showing the complete collapse of Isle society into warring, desperate bands. The final vision she experiences in this chapter is as a young girl named Tava, whose hidden community is destroyed by warriors riding monstrous flying creatures. She watches as her father fails to rally the broken survivors, who abandon the concept of the clan to fend for themselves. Upon returning to Ruidaean a final time, the pieces click into place with horrifying clarity. Avienda recognizes the attackers as Shon Chan, riding Raken, and identifies the Raven Empress. She understands she is not witnessing the past, but a possible, catastrophic future for her people. The visions are moving backward in time, from a point of utter ruin toward her own present, forcing her to witness every step of her people's potential downfall. Chapter 49. Court of the Sun. This chapter chronicles 3 devastating visions of the future witnessed by Avienda, each depicting a successive stage in the decay and eventual destruction of the Aeol people, followed by her reaction to these revelations. The first vision places Avienda in the consciousness of Ladolin, an elderly wise one of the Tardad Isle. The scene is one of utter defeat. The Isle leadership has been reduced to a handful of clan chiefs and wise ones meeting in a sparse tent. Ladolin laments her inability to channel, a power she desires not for herself, but to have better served her people and healed the wounded in a war that has consumed her entire life. The Aiel are a broken remnant. Traditions like Gaishain are a distant memory, and the Shonchan have systematically hunted their channelers. The news of the White Tower's fall confirms their complete isolation and the hopelessness of their situation. A bitter young chief named Takai blames the dragon for abandoning them, but Ladolin understands the fault lies with the Aiel themselves for having forgotten their identity and honor. Their culture has been corrupted. The word Gaishain is now a term for the dishonored, and the concept of To is absent. Their final act is not a strategic maneuver, but a desperate flight back to the threefold land, a peace forced upon them by total defeat. Avienda is horrified by this vision of a corrupted, honorless Aiel people. She takes another step and is thrust into the life of Onkala, a maiden of the spear and her own future descendant. This vision takes place decades after the last battle, during a tense stalemate with the Shonchan. Onkala is filled with arrogance and a deep resentment for the Wetlanders, particularly the Andorans, whom she views as soft and decadent, protected only by Aiel sacrifice. She and a clan chief named Hehial travel to Camelin to meet with Queen Talana. There, they present captured Shonchan documents that outline detailed plans for an invasion of Andor and the assassination of the Queen. However, this act is a profound deception. While the documents are genuine, Onkala and Hehial deliberately withhold a final page, which clarifies that these are merely contingency plans, to be enacted only if Andor first declared war. This lie of omission, a twisting of Aiel honor, successfully manipulates Queen Talana into committing her nation to the war. Onkala's thoughts reveal a corrupted ambition. She envisions the Aiel conquering the Shonchan and establishing a new dragon empire, with themselves as rulers. The vision culminates in Avienda's sickening realization that she herself is the great mother Onkala remembers, linking her directly to this path of ruin. Reeling from this second vision, Avienda steps forward again into the life of Padra, one of the Dragon Reborn's quadruplet children. It is now a generation later, and a tense peace exists. The Aiel are living in a large, stagnant camp in the wetlands, feeling restless and without purpose. Padra and her siblings are powerful channelers who are revered by the clans. The clan chiefs, including Roark's son Ronum, gather to discuss the Aiel's cultural crisis. They have been without a true war for nearly 2 decades and feel they are losing their identity, becoming soft like the Wetlanders. They argue that the Dragon's Peace does not apply to them and resent the Shonchan for continuing to hold Aiel channelers captive. The decision to go to war hinges on the approval of the Dragon's children. Janduin argues they need a purpose, and Padra declares the Shonchan their enemies, giving the chiefs the justification they seek. In a private conversation, Ronum tells Padra that his father believed Randall Thor never truly understood what to do with the Aiel after the last battle, leaving them adrift. Lacking a new purpose, they choose to return to the only one they know, war. The visions end, leaving Avienda exhausted and emotionally shattered in the now dark and inert forest of glass columns. She understands she has witnessed the precise, logical steps that lead her people from pride to wretchedness, with each generation's decisions paving the way for the next stage of decay. She is tormented by the question of whether this future is unchangeably fated. Despite this fear, her resolve hardens. As an Aiel and a wise one, she knows she cannot stand by and allow this future to happen. She accepts the responsibility placed upon her by this terrible knowledge and flees the columns, determined to find a way to save her people. Chapter 50. Choosing Enemies. The chapter opens with Queen Elaine Trakand seated upon the lion throne, deliberately projecting an image of unshakable authority while privately battling her own anxiety. In the distance, the methodical booms of her new weapons, the dragons, serve as a calculated demonstration of Andor's military might for an audience of visiting Caerhienin nobles. Elaine's plan for the day is a multi-act political performance, and she begins by summoning 3 captive nobles who rebelled against her, Aramilla, Elenia, and Naean, in a shocking and brutal display of power before eavesdropping Andoran and Caerhienin lords. She does not execute them, but instead strips their houses of all titles and lands, a punishment considered far more devastating than death, as it erases their very existence from the nobility. Immediately following this, the Caerhienin delegation, led by the ambitious and calculating Lorstrom Aisnan and Bertome Saigan, is brought before her. Fresh from witnessing Andor's power, they are now presented with a stunning offer. Elaine proposes to grant the newly forfeited Andoran estates to them. This masterstroke is designed not merely as a bribe, but as a way to forge permanent bonds between the two nations, ensuring the Carianan nobility would have a vested interest in a unified monarchy and alleviating their fears of being subjugated by a foreign queen. The final piece of her public display involves offering the disgraced Lady Elenia a chance to re-establish her house in Cairn, framing the unification as a time of opportunity rather than conquest. Lured by the promise of immense wealth and power, Lorstrom and Batome eagerly promise to secure her the authority she needs to rule Cairn within the hour. Later, in a private debriefing, Elaine reveals the true depth of her strategy. She explains that she has intentionally empowered her two greatest rivals in Cairn. By appealing to their immense ambition, even hinting at a future where they might vie for the dual crown themselves, she has turned them into her most fervent, if temporary, allies. She has not eliminated her enemies, but has instead chosen them, ensuring they will hand her the Sun Throne in their pursuit of her own power. Chapter 51. A Test. The chapter begins with Min holding the crystalline sword, Calendor, feeling an unnerving, living warmth from the legendary weapon. Her unease deepens when she is struck by a viewing of the sword being held by a hand made of black onyx. This vision reinforces her research, suggesting Calendor possesses a profound and dangerous flaw that could be turned against Rand. Despite the warning, Rand accepts the weapon, viewing it as a symbol of the future, and prepares for his meeting. Before departing, he addresses other pressing concerns, dispatching the Ashaman Naef on a covert mission to investigate the ominous silence from the Black Tower. The message he sends to Loghain, that they are men, not weapons, reveals a significant evolution in his philosophy. A pivotal moment occurs when Rand confronts Cadsuane about her condescending habit of calling him boy. He completely upends their dynamic by revealing his true age and identity as Luz Therin, stating he lived for 4 centuries in the Age of Legends, making him her senior by decades. The revelation leaves the normally unshakable Cadsuane visibly pale and speechless. As they ride toward the Borderlander armies, Rand reassures a worried Min about his merged identity. He explains that he has not been replaced by Luz Therin, but has instead regained the memories of his own past life, emphasizing that his humble upbringing by Tam al-Thor has made him a better and more grounded man this time around. Upon reaching the encampment, Rand faces the 4 monarchs of the Borderlands alone. In a brutal and shocking test of his character, Queen Etheniel, King Isar, Queen Tenobia, and finally King Pytar each step forward and physically strike him. Rand endures the assault with incredible restraint, forbidding his enraged companions from intervening even after Pytar's blow sends him to his knees. The monarchs then reveal this was a trial based on a secret prophecy, culminating in a single vital question from King Pytar about the death of a woman named Telendal Tirasso from the Age of Legends. Accessing Luz Therin's memories, Rand answers correctly, satisfying their test. Inside a tent, Rand learns the full, terrifying scope of their gamble. The prophecy had instructed them to kill him if he failed to answer. Seizing the political advantage, Rand issues a powerful ultimatum. He offers to teach their eyes Sedai the art of traveling, their only hope of returning to their besieged lands, in exchange for their sworn fealty. He masterfully concludes by announcing his unstoppable, prophesied plan to go to Shayol Ghul and break the seals on the Dark One's prison, leaving the monarchs stunned and strategically cornered, with no logical choice but to pledge their armies to his cause. Chapter 52. Boots. The chapter opens with Elaine Trakand preparing to enter the volatile nation of Cairn to claim its throne. Mounted on a magnificent white mare, she is accompanied by a small symbolic honor guard of only 100 Andoran soldiers and her ever-watchful warder, Birgitta Silverbow. Birgitta expresses her deep unease with the plan, calling Elaine foolhardy, but Elaine insists that as queen, she must take such risks to secure her rule and prevent rebellion. Her connection to Rand pulses in her mind, and she senses his simultaneous turmoil and peace, a premonition of their upcoming meeting. After passing through a gateway, they are met not by an ambush, but by the combined armies of the Cairhienin High Lords, a massive force ostensibly there to welcome their new queen. Led by Lord Lorstrom, the army escorts Elaine's tiny contingent into the city. The reception from the common people is surprisingly warm, a mixture of cheers and curiosity that makes Elaine realize the nation is not hostile, but wounded and desperate for the stability a monarch can provide after years of chaos. At the Sun Palace, an Aes Sedai named Sashale formally cedes Cairhien to Elaine on behalf of the Dragon Reborn, a proclamation that privately irritates Elaine despite its necessity. As she moves to sit upon the Sun Throne, a pivotal moment of symbolism, Birgitte abruptly stops her. A search of the throne's cushion reveals a deadly poison-tipped needle, a clear assassination attempt. In a masterful display of political maneuvering, Lord Lorstrom saves face by loudly declaring the trap must have been intended for the Dragon Reborn. Elaine accepts this public fiction, indebting her most powerful new supporter to her. To ensure the throne's safety, Birgitte then unceremoniously plops down on it herself, shocking the assembled nobles and exasperating Elaine. Finally secure, Elaine takes her seat and immediately asserts her authority, commanding the Cairhienin armies to prepare to travel to the field of Merilor and ordering a mass conscription for the last battle. The perspective then shifts to Mat Cawthon, enjoying a peaceful evening in his military camp. He grumbles over the paperwork that now defines his life, reviewing spy reports on the Shonchan Empress Tuon and dismissing absurd rumors about Rand. He is joined by Setala Annan, the former innkeeper, and their conversation provides a deep look into Mat's character. He is surprised to learn from her that the Aes Sedai Jolene actually respects him. When asked why he dislikes nobles, Mat explains his philosophy through an analogy about boots. An average man, he says, has 3 pairs of boots with simple, clear purposes, making life straightforward. A nobleman, however, has 40 pairs for every occasion, a life of unnecessary complication that Mat wants no part of. When Setala interprets this as a profound metaphor for the burdens of leadership, Mat insists it is not a metaphor at all. It is simply about boots. Their talk concludes with Mat thinking about his impending, perilous journey to the Tower of Genjai. Looking at Verin's still-sealed letter one last time, he resolves never to open it, before going to find Tom and Noel to prepare for their departure on the morrow. Chapter 53. The chapter opens with Pavara's uneasy observations within the Black Tower's bustling grounds, accompanied by Javindra and Mazrim Time. Pavara notes the constant activity, from soldiers felling timber to Ashaman, employing the One Power to cut logs, creating a landscape coated in sawdust. A chilling realization dawns on her. The sheer number of channeled-made planks signifies the vast, terrifying scope of Time's forces. Time, a dark-haired man with prominent features and a predatory half-smile, proudly showcases the Black Tower's construction, emphasizing its impregnability with 2 Ashaman guarding every 50 feet of wall. Yavindra, however, maintains a flat, uninterested tone, persistently attempting to sway Time into permitting them to bond Ashaman who bear the dragon pin. Time vehemently refuses, his eyes burning with anger, insisting only dedicated and unpinned soldiers are available. He subtly hints at his awareness of White Tower internal conflicts by mentioning other Aes Sedai, presumably rebels, outside his gates. He later uses a parable of a skyfisher, choking on too much prey to warn against excessive ambition. Pavara perceives his statements as veiled threats and a demonstration of his unsettling knowledge. Taim then casually announces new security measures, requiring permission to leave the Black Tower, effectively turning it into a prison. Pavara observes his men, noting the bruised faces of Ashaman, beaten for training errors and denied healing, contrasting sharply with the mocking deference shown to the Aes Sedai. Deeply unnerved, Pavara suggests they abandon their extended mission and return to the White Tower after bonding a few dedicated. Yavindra, surprisingly, objects, now advocating for prolonged stay, believing Time will eventually yield on the more powerful Ashaman. Pavara is troubled by Javindra's newfound conviction, a stark contrast to her initial reluctance, and senses an inexplicable shift in her demeanor. Seeking support, Pavara confronts Tana, the keeper of the chronicles, expecting her usual agreement to leave. Instead, Tana too has changed her stance, now advocating for staying to learn more and prevent rebel eyes, Sedai, from bonding Time's men. Pavara is profoundly unsettled by the cold, unnatural glint in Tana's eyes and her unsettling corpse-like smile. Feigning agreement, Pavara leaves, attempting to weave a gateway in secret, only to discover she is utterly trapped. No gateways can be formed. The chilling realization dawns. They are all prisoners. The narrative then shifts to Perrin, Matt, Tom, and Noel preparing for Matt's mission to the Tower of Genji. Perrin is concerned about the danger, but Matt, ever reliant on luck, is confident. Matt explains the cryptic instructions. Only 3 can enter. Perrin offers more help, but Matt refuses, emphasizing the specific conditions. Tom makes light-hearted jests about Matt's burgeoning noble status, referencing him as Prince of the Ravens, which Matt dismisses. Grady opens a gateway to a distant riverbank. Perrin, knowing Moiraine's fate is uncertain, decides not to inform Rand, fearing it would be cruel and invite Rand's interference. Perrin feels a phantom throb from an old leg wound, a lingering memory of pain despite full healing. Fail joins Perrin, playfully chiding him about Matt's influence. Perrin's camp is swiftly dismantled, preparing to move to the field of Merilla. Through a grand gateway woven by Grady, Nield, Linked Eyes Sedai, and Adara, they observe a vast assembly of armies from Tyr, Ilion, Kahien, and the Ale, all gathered for the last battle. Perrin reflects on the necessity of Rand breaking the seals, comparing it to forging new, strong steel rather than patching old, broken ones. Vale cautions him about the precariousness of so many armies, hinting at potential internal conflict if factions align with Rand or the White Tower. Perrin addresses his soldiers, transforming their search for an enemy into a return with allies, rallying them for the last battle. He then issues practical orders to Aravine, his camp steward, instructing her to manage the camp's setup to avoid disputes with other armies and locals. He also instructs Aleandra, Queen of Andor, to recruit additional city guards from Johanna, emphasizing the dire need for every available person. Along the marching column, Perrin encounters Galad and Beralan, who appear engrossed in conversation, leading their surprisingly disciplined white cloaks and Mayanas. Perrin receives heartfelt apologies from Two Rivers men, like Jory Conga, who feel guilty for past rumors about him and Beralan, a quiet testament to Fael's previous actions. Finally, Perrin steps through the gateway, his thoughts turning to Rand and the battle that has begun. The scene then moves to Matt, Tom, and Noel at the base of the Tower of Genji. Matt's fragmented memories of the place are overshadowed by its striking presence. A 200-foot, seamless metallic spire. Tom, using a bronze knife, draws a small triangle with a wavy line on the tower, which then transforms into a glowing, palm-sized opening as the steel vanishes. Realizing it's a doorway, Tom draws a larger one, revealing a triangular corridor of solid steel leading into darkness. Noel chants a protective verse, and Matt adds his own defiant declaration of evening the odds. They step through into a blinding flash of white light. They find themselves in a peculiar, off-kilter square room, black and reflective, with 4 hallways and glowing, sulphurous steam vents in the corners. Matt recognizes it as one of the Eelfin's realms, distinct from his previous encounters. They light torches, noting that the flames burn steadily, a small comfort. Matt warns his companions that they are being watched, and the Eelfin can appear silently. Noel tests the triangular entrance, finding its seals behind him, requiring another drawing to re-enter, confirming an exit strategy. Tom observes the steam reacting to fire, curving around it, a bizarre phenomenon Matt dismisses as typical for this nonsensical place. As they proceed down a long, dark hallway, Matt feels the sensation of being watched. Through an odd window, they see an unnatural landscape of yellow foliage and black-fruited trees, confirming they are in another world, specifically one of the spires Matt had seen on his first visit. Matt's bitterness towards the fox-like eelfin surfaces, recalling how they had hanged him and granted him twisted memories instead of answers. After traversing several identical disorienting chambers, Noel begins to map their path. Matt, suspicious, leads them back to the original entry chamber, only to find it gone. Faint, malicious laughter echoes. Matt recalls stories of those trapped in such mazes, noting their tragic ends. Suddenly, an eelfin appears, accusing them of having no bargain. It attempts to bargain for their iron, music, and fire, then focuses solely on their fire in exchange for partial guidance, its voice hypnotic. Matt, recognizing the danger, commands Tom to play his flute. The familiar melody breaks the eelfin's trance, causing it to become angry. Matt demands full guidance to Moiraine. The eelfin claims it lacks the authority for such a bargain. Matt then sings in the old tongue, lulling the eelfin to sleep. With the creature incapacitated, Matt uses his ivory dice to choose their path at each intersection, asserting that his luck overrides all probability. He rolls a 1, leading them straight. At the next intersection, he rolls a 9, indicating they should turn back. As they backtrack, the sleeping eelfin is gone. Matt insists that these realms, though illogical, operate by consistent rules. Repeated rolls of 9 force them to continually retrace their steps, frustrating Noel. Finally, after another such backward roll, they burst into a vast white chamber with immense black columns, glowing yellow stripes, and steam flowing upwards. Matt recognizes this room, his confidence renewed. They are on the correct path, and Moiraine, if alive, lies beyond. Chapter 54. The World's Waning Radiance. Matt, Tom, and Noel find themselves in a vast, star-shaped chamber, illuminated by an eerie yellow glow emanating from enormous black pillars. Matt perceives an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, noting the distinct, musky scent of a predator's lair, contrasting with the stale air he remembered. His past experience in the eelfin realm gives him a unique, foreboding insight. Tom and Noel discover a melted mass on the floor, which Matt chillingly identifies as the liquefied redstone doorway he previously used to enter this realm. This revelation confirms their entrapment, reinforcing Matt's conviction that they must negotiate their escape. As Tom attempts to provide a sense of calm with his flute, the eelfin emerge from the shadows. These creatures, tall and angular, reveal their presence, beckoning the trio to engage in a bargain for a steep price. Matt, recalling earlier deceptive attempts to disarm them, fiercely refuses to negotiate until they reach the fabled Chamber of Bonds, where agreements are ostensibly binding. He makes a bold show of igniting a second torch, further challenging the creatures, who recoil from the new light. The eelfin, a growing host of males and females with pointed teeth, taunt Matt, dubbing him Son of Battles and speaking of savouring him. Their whispers grow into a cacophony, playing on the group's fear. Matt, realizing Tom's music is losing its effect, resorts to his dice, only for an eelfin to snatch them. Tom's quick use of an iron dagger wounds the creature, revealing the eelfin's vulnerability to iron. Matt, now understanding their weakness, uses the iron-banded side of his Ashandare to violently dispatch an attacker. The elfin, controlling the pervasive darkness, begin to overwhelm them. In a desperate move, Matt throws a nightflower, its blinding flash causing chaos and pain among the creatures. He then impulsively leads his companions into the darkness, relying on pure, unyielding luck to guide them. Miraculously, they burst into a previously hidden, five-sided corridor. After a disorienting passage where time seems fluid, they arrive at an impossibly carved doorway. Matt, driven by an instinct that this is the correct path, steps through. The room beyond is the Chamber of Bonds, identical to his memories, save for one crucial detail. Moiraine, encased in a shimmering mist, floats at its center. Matt grapples with a complex mix of emotions toward her, acknowledging her past manipulations, but also her selfless dedication. Matt attempts to free Moiraine, but is burned by the mist. Tom, undeterred, endures the pain, successfully pulling her to safety. He retrieves a powerful angreal bracelet from her arm. The Eelfin, now arrayed on pedestals in white attire, announce that the angreal is part of the price, and that a bargain has indeed been arranged. Matt, forewarned, cautions his companions against speaking, understanding the creature's treacherous use of words. He dictates his terms. The exit restored, kept open, a straight path, and no harm coming to them from the foxes. The Eelfin, though displeased by his firm demands, accept. Matt experiences a chilling premonition. He knew the price. An elfin prophecy from his past comes to mind. He must sacrifice half the light of the world to save it. For Moiraine, for the world, he accepts this grim destiny. The 8 Eelfin leap from their pedestals, forming a tightening circle around him. Matt prevents Tom and Noel from intervening, declaring this a necessary sacrifice. An Eelfin savagely plucks out Matt's left eye, an agonizing payment that sends him screaming to his knees. The creatures feed voraciously on his pain, one collapsing from the sheer intensity. Matt, defiant even in agony, retrieves his hat and struggles to his feet, acknowledging his fate was preordained. As they depart, Matt grapples with the loss of his eye and the immediate impact on his perception. Noel raises a crucial point. Matt's bargains specifically named foxes, Eelfin, as unable to harm them. This omission leaves them vulnerable to the others, the Aelfin. As if on cue, tall, yellow-clad figures with bronze swords and vertical slit pupils appear in the distance, confirming Noel's chilling premonition. Matt, instantly realizing the renewed danger, yells at his companions to run. Chapter 55. The One Left Behind. The chapter begins with Matt, Thorn, and Noel in a frantic, thunderous retreat through a smoke-filled labyrinth, relentlessly pursued by the serpentine Elfin. Matt's explosive resources are exhausted, and Noel's efforts to pacify the enraged creatures with music utterly fail. Lost in identical chambers, Matt struggles to invoke his luck as the adversaries close in. Noel heroically sacrifices himself, taking Matt's remaining night flowers to create a vital choke point. He implores Matt and Thorn to escape, delivering a poignant final message for any Malchieri. Jane Farstrider died honorably. Overwhelmed and despairing, Matt and Thorn continue their desperate flight. They encounter a circular room featuring the shattered remnants of a redstone portal, seemingly destroying their last hope. Moiraine stirs awake, and Thorn, overcome, plays a mournful harp melody. As the Elfin press their attack, Matt experiences a sudden, profound realization regarding the Elfin's deceptive boons, the memories, the medallion, and crucially, the true unrequested purpose of his Ashandere. It is a literal key. Fueled by defiant energy, Matt uses the weapon to carve a new, brilliantly glowing exit from the wall. He fiercely combats the stunned Elfin, ensuring Thorn and Moiraine escape through the nascent portal. After a final, taunting farewell to his enemies, Matt leaps into the blinding white light, having ultimately conquered the impossible game. Chapter 56. Something Wrong. The chapter opens within the tent of Egwene. Gawain enters, his manner altered, expressing concern over the refusal of Aybara to meet. Gawain fears Aybara's large army, including White Cloaks led by Galad, the brother of Gawain, may side with Rand al'Thor. Egwene interprets Rand's disclosure of his seal-breaking intention as a plea for her to organize resistance, not a diversion. She also navigates her complex political standing with the Hall of the Tower. Outside, the vast military encampment at Merilor expands. The soldiers of Brine are numerous, and farmers, possibly sent by Rand, have joined. Elaine arrives with her Andoran forces, augmented by Carayanan troops and the Band of the Red Hand. Egwene hopes her gathered international representation will compel Rand to alter his plans. As she goes to greet Elaine, Gawain suddenly freezes, then rushes forward in confusion. Egwene pursues him, discovering Gawain kneeling before an older woman with red gold hair, confirming a rumor. Morgas Trakand, the mother of Elaine, is alive. At this critical moment, the clouds above disperse, unveiling a clear blue sky. Egwene perceives this as a signal of the arrival of Rand and a fragile calm before destruction. Elsewhere, at the Black Tower, Androl and his companions repeatedly fail to channel gateways. Even Androl, unusually gifted with large gateways, finds his weaves dissolve. They suspect an unseen force prevents their departure. Norley, a loyalist, reports that Mezar is an impostor, a shadow in human skin, lacking true essence despite familiar appearance and memories. This intensifies fears for Logain. Androl plans to consolidate those loyal to Logain into shared barracks for safety. He then approaches the Red Aja Eyes Sedai, held captive by time, despite their historic antagonism. Androl appeals to their shared plight, warning of a grave, unperceived danger within the Black Tower. The Red Sister, after initial wariness, invites him inside, signifying an uncertain alliance. Chapter 57. A Rabbit for Supper. The chapter commences with Mat's jarring materialization on uneven terrain, momentarily disoriented by a brilliant flash of light. He secures his footing using his Ashandare, noting the composite aroma of wild plants, soil, and decomposing wood, along with the hum of unseen insects. As the intense light fades, he recognizes his location at the base of the Tower of Genje, an unexpected return point, having anticipated Ruidaean. Nearby, Tom provides support for a dazed Moiraine as she recovers. Mat, buoyed by a surge of exultation, directs his gaze upward at the tower, loudly proclaiming his triumph and survival over its trials, proudly declaring that Matrim Cawthon had outmaneuvered their traps. He punctuates his boast by thrusting his spear into the earth, certain of his enduring luck despite past prophecies, threats, and even a hanging. Moiraine's gentle inquiry about a third individual she vaguely perceived, someone unknown to her, is met by Tom's sorrowful confirmation that this person, Noal, perished. This news deflates Mat's celebratory mood, underscoring the grim cost of their escape. Realizing Noal was the legendary Jane Farstrider, Mat feels a pang of irritation at Tom's earlier reticence. He then insists Tom, in any future ballad, immortalize Noal as the true hero. Tom's knowing nod suggests he had already deduced Noal's identity. Still feeling uneasy, Mat suggests they distance themselves from the menacing tower. Moiraine elaborates on the Elfin and Elfin's nature, explaining their non-reliance on emotion for survival, but their profound pleasure in powerful feelings, particularly those emanating from a tavern. Settling in a wooded hollow, Moiraine subtly wields a fragment of the One Power to aid Tom's struggling fire, an act that reveals her greatly diminished but still present abilities. Mat observes an uncharacteristic grimace, making her seem more human than in his distant memories. Moiraine explains her reduced strength resulted from the creatures feeding both on her sorrow at her loss of power and on the power itself. She also mentions their claim of rapidly killing Lanfear and an encounter with a man searching for someone else. Moiraine then tenderly accepts Tom's outstretched hand, revealing a glimpse of her pale shoulder. Turning to Mat, she remarks on his changed demeanor and his lost eye, regretting her inability to restore it even with full strength. Tom produces an angriel, which Moiraine identifies as one of her 3 demands. She had sought it for personal strength, but the Eelfin ironically used it to amplify her channeling, making her more delectable for their consumption. She clarifies that while the ancient treaty ensured her demands, she knew Mat was essential for her liberation. Withholding her other demands, she expresses gratitude for her rescue. Mat, still wary of the One Power, downplays the intense throbbing in his eye, though Moiraine detects his lingering apprehension. She offers a poignant reminder that even life's most unpleasant events can ultimately serve a beneficial purpose. Tom steers the conversation to Rand's current situation. Matt provides a bleak assessment, describing Rand as mentally unstable amidst global conflict, yet acknowledges he has successfully marshaled forces for the last battle and, as Verin reported, purified Sidin. Moiraine is deeply affected by this revelation, recognizing its profound implications and its fulfillment of an ancient prophecy. Tom lightheartedly suggests Matt's eagerness for a celebration is merely a pretext for indulgence. Matt then conveys news of Elaine's reign as queen following Ravin's assassination of her mother and Rand's forthcoming meeting with world leaders. Matt's limited knowledge of the other Forsaken is humorously attributed by Tom to Matt's recent marriage to the Shonchan Empress. Moiraine's stunned disbelief at Matt's accidental marriage prompts her to confirm his inherent Tavaren nature. Moiraine states they must seek Rand, but Matt, plagued by unwelcome visions, insists on first travelling to Caemlyn, proposing she join him there. To Matt's profound astonishment, Moiraine then proposes marriage to Tom. Tom initially hesitates, referencing his past reservations about channelers, but Moiraine, now physically weaker, offers to relinquish her Angreal. Tom refuses to deprive her, agreeing to marry her and become her warder. Matt, utterly bewildered, questions their burgeoning affection, acknowledging his own lack of observation. Tom makes a witty remark about his future as a bard warder. Matt points out Tom's historical aversion to Tar Valon and Caemlyn, to which Tom simply replies, "Times change." Moiraine suggests Matt consider the advantages of the warder bond, but he firmly rejects it for himself, though Tom playfully alludes to Tuon's potential channeling ability. Matt immediately dismisses the notion of Tuon as Marath domain, then observes Moiraine and Tom's genuine affection. Seeking a moment of quiet, Matt scouts the intended gateway location. By the Arenel's banks, he constructs a modest cairn for Noel. Despite the intense pain in his eye socket, he feels a sense of accomplishment. Testing his instincts, he casually flings a knife behind him, accurately spearing a rabbit. He then discovers a discarded, barely used cooking pot, affirming his enduring luck, even with impaired vision. He collects the rabbit for supper and the pot, ensuring Moiraine will receive her warm tea after all. The chapter concludes with several epilogues. Grandal, having fled her new palace following Perrin Ibarra's unforeseen survival, is confronted by Shaidar Haran, who denounces her failures and inflicts a horrific, unstated punishment. Perrin, within the wolf dream, battles encroaching corruption, guided by Hopper's final cryptic message to seek Boundless. He locates Boundless, who he realizes is Noam, a man who found serenity by consciously embracing the wolf existence, offering Perrin a new perspective on self-balance. Young Olva, against all odds, wins a game of snakes and foxes declared unwinnable. He then uncovers a letter from the deceased Verin Mathwin, intended for Matt, warning of a colossal Shadowspawn advance on Caemlyn via a waygate, demanding its destruction or rigorous defense. Talmanes, recognizing the city is already aflame, issues a desperate call to arms. Olva, steadfast in his vow against cowardice, seizes a hidden knife, ready for conflict. Bariga, a fleeing merchant, escapes a blighted landscape after Candor's fall to Trollocs. Wounded and disoriented, he encounters individuals he initially believes are Ale, but whose filed teeth and cruel glee reveal them to be the terrifying Merredin. Rand al'Thor, in his private dream realm, seeks tranquility, but is disrupted by distant screams. He traces them to a dark, cavernous chamber where he discovers Mierin Eronail, also known as Lanfer, trapped and enduring horrific torment. Despite her pleas and his complex emotions, she is forcibly dragged into darkness, leaving Rand consumed by hatred, concern, and a simmering desire. Finally, Lan Mandragoran stands at Tarwin's Gap, facing an overwhelming Trolloc horde. Accompanied by Andere and Kaisel, he feels a heightened connection to Nynaeve. He delivers a powerful, defiant speech, proclaiming his return and rejecting the solitary title of Arnaline. He leads 12,000 mounted troops Kandori, Araphelin, Shianarans, Saldeans, and numerous Malkieri in a desperate honourable charge against 150,000 Trollocs, accepting this as the Golden Crane's final stand. The chapter concludes with a dire prophecy from the Shadows Chronicles and a comprehensive glossary.